from Artorius, Kabir Khan and Olza Khan in the Kazakhstani colours. They sit wide and will be forced to improve from that spot. Generous Tipper next, followed by Majestic Pride, Al Yabri second to last, and out to the end is Go Soldier Go. They work onto the back in the Group 2 Al Maktoum Classic, and it is Global Hit for Korea, out by a length and a half on Crown Estate in second. Third up on the outside was Guns and Glory, followed by Karib, who works up deeper. Imperial Emperor's caught out very deep on the course. Artorius next from First Constitution, tucked away. Then came Olza Khan, followed by Kabir Khan, who's wide with a tad little bit of cover for this moment. Then came King Gold from Desert Wisdom, Generous Tipper. Up on the inside, Majestic Pride. Then came El Yabri, and now reattaching to the rest of the field, Go Soldier Go. Global Hit's going to try and do it from barrier to box under Hoo-Sun Kim. The only ride for the night for the Korean jockey, and she's got it under a stranglehold. Imperial Emperor comes up to the outside to challenge, but has worked to get there. Karib next from Artorius, who boxes on out wider. Then came Guns and Glory. King Gold works on from the back. Kabir Khan's been out deeper. Majestic Pride tries to shoulder for a path clear. Imperial Emperor hits the lead here, goes a little bit inwards here. He cut off Global Hit for a run, who tries to rally again, but up to the inside now. Imperial Emperor coming clear here for a very, very classy victory. 100 metres left to go, puts it beyond any doubt in the Al Maktoum Classic. Where to next? But we'll see you on Dubai World Cup night. Imperial Emperor by 8 lengths. Global Hit second over, a brave run to rally again. Artorius third, followed by Karib, Go Soldier Go, First Constitution. Next over El Yabri from King Gold, who didn't run on. Guns and Glory followed from Kabir Khan. Majestic Pride, Olza Khan, Generous Tipper, one of the last ones to cross over, along with the two who tailed off in Desert Wisdom and Crown Estate. 7 ready for the Dubai City of Gold, Group 2, 1.4 million. And away they go. Breaking cleanly, Silver Knot. He was the clear best out as well, and he shot a length clear here as they start to get fully into stride. Highway Robber works up into second position from Passion and Glory, who, as Silver Knot works over, McMonagle's going to be very happy to take the box seat here. Buick's going to control it though, past the 2100 on Silver Knot from Highway Robber, Passion and Glory. Caught out a little wide here, Arabian Crown in fourth from One Smooth Operator, Al Mudha, and the last one in running was C Hector. It's Silver Knot at a leisurely tempo. Working out onto the back here by a length and a half from Highway Robber in second. It was 3/4 of a length of it back to Passion and Glory in third. Getting closer now up on the outside, Arabian Crown from One Smooth Operator. Then came Al Mudha and out to the NC Hector. Arabian Crown, whether he took an awkward stride or not, I'm not too sure. But James Dorr heading back to the end of the field. Maybe he just wanted to get back in with some cover as they work down the back here. 12.22, 12.27, 12.54. So Buick's been able to back it off slightly, ever so slightly. A length in advance of Highway Robber, who now sits to his outside under Oisin Murphy. It is Passion and Glory third, One Smooth Operator in the 1-1 with a nice spot with cover. Then came Al Mudha, followed by into second to last now Arabian Crown, and C Hector has been last throughout the entire journey so far. They're past halfway. Down the back they travel up to the top turn here, and in search of the 1,000-metre peg. Silver Knot leads them, and he injects a little bit more tempo now, Buick, as he extends away by a length and a half. Highway Robber asked to pick up the pace here under Oisin Murphy from Passion and Glory. Then came One Smooth Operator, who angles out into a bit more clear room. Al Mudha's got a little cluttered up on the inside. He wants to go better and quicker than the field will allow him. Then came Arabian Crown, who's shuffled along, and C Hector is going to have to come past all of his other 6 rivals here. 550 left to go in the Group 2 Dubai City of Gold, thanks to Emirates Airline, and it's Silver Knot who leads them into the straight here by 2.5 lengths. Passion and Glory asked to respond, but not picking up at the moment. One Smooth Operator, then came Al Mudha, followed by Arabian Crown, but they look like they might be fighting it out for minor placings here. Silver Knot getting further in front, and at 100 metres left to go, he has the Dubai City of Gold parcelled up. Silver Knot goes on to win by 2 lengths. Passion and Glory second over. C Hector's run on into the placings. Wonderful there for Mali El Basti. Then came Arabian Crown, 4th over, followed by One Smooth Operator. Al Mudha dropped away as the pace increased, and Highway Robber, the last one home. He'll take plenty from that in his UAE debut. 1.2 million. They're going to fly here. Ready, and away we go. Eastern World was away fast. Drew's Gold. His race is over and done with now. He's drawn out a long last here. Tuz goes and burns up from R. Shibley. Eastern World will take third. Getting across to the 1-1 now with cover. American Stage. Found an okay spot from the draw. Then came next in running Yatel from Colour Up. A gap to El Nasib. Cuts by 5. Torre Vega. Then came Morning, followed there by Drew's Gold with a lot to pick up. Major Cinnamon, the only one behind him. They are going rapid up in front here. And R. Shibley puts it to Tuz. They break away from American Stage, who's now starting to rally in behind. Then came Eastern World from Colour Up. Next was Yatel, Morning, followed by Torre Vega. Cuts by 5, Drew's Gold, El Nasib and Major Cinnamon, but it's a one-act affair at the moment. Tuz the one to chase. American Stage getting down to work here. He's going to make it a real challenge here. Tuz trying to fight off American Stage, who looks like he's run his race now. Tuz coming clear here in the Mahab Al Shimaal, and the picket fence continues here in the Group 3. Another scalp for UAE's Dirt Sprint King. Tuz goes on to win by half a dozen. American Stage runs into second. Eastern World third. Colour Up fourth from Morning, who got going, did his best work in the final furlong. Then came Cats by 5, Torre Vega. Next over, Shibley, followed by Drew's Gold. Race over and done with early. Yatel next over. And the last two to cross over there in the final stages was El Nasib along with Major Cinnamon. For the last on Emirates Super Saturday. Ready, and away we go. Nadawi broke cleanly. White Gate. Halassan works his way up into the first three. William Buick going to let the race unfold here on Ruling Court. He's in the back division now. In front of him, Glitterati from Sahan, Darmiss and Warsocks the fence. Ruling Court spots the leaders about 7 or 8 lengths early, running a nice race on the short price select. Followed by back in the field as they work down the back part of the course, Odai along with the Fingal Raven. So they make their way to the 1,000-metre marker here, and it is Nadawi who takes over the lead, leading from next in running Halassan from White Gate, and on the inside Warsocks fourth. Glitterati fifth, sixth Sahan, seventh Ruling Court in a precarious position here from Darmiss, the Fingal Raven, and Odai is out to the end. Nadawi has been able to back it off here. 11.37, 11.70, and the rest of the field following suit. Halassan second. White Gate now up to third from Warsocks, who tries to improve through. Ruling Court bolting. He's now got his clear run. Glitterati forced outwards. Then came the Fingal Raven from Darmiss. Out to the end, Sahan along with Odai. Nadawi gives a kick up in front, leading the way by a length here. Now Ruling Court getting down to work here from Halassan. The Fingal Raven picking up late here, but he is living up to all the expectations here. Ruling Court coming clear, and that is a quartet to remember for His Highness on Emirates Super Saturday. Ruling Court wraps it up in style. 5 lengths on the line from the Fingal Raven. Warsocks and Darmiss fourth over from Nadawi. Then came Halassan from Glitterati, Sahan, Whitegate, and Odai, the last one home. Probably the easiest winner of the night.
James Doyle has 4 rides on the card this evening. He's currently in the colours of Title Roll, who you'd love him to have been drawn a little bit better, James, but I was really taken with his performance last time on UAE debut.
Yeah, again, his last start, he was drawn widest of all, and as we know, it doesn't make life too easy. Yeah, he was a little bit on the muscle that night, and just kind of that told late on he got a little bit tired. Obviously, we're up a furlong, which is another question mark, and again, he's drawn the widest alley, so it hasn't done me too many favours, but he feels like a horse who's got a bit of quality about him, so hopefully he can overcome those little things.
And whatever happens, he's going to be learning through this. It's just his 4th start.
Yeah, exactly. Very lightly raced horse. So yeah, you would hope he just can keep improving. And he was a little fresh the first night as well, so he didn't relax as well as I would have liked him to have done. So hopefully we can get those things right tonight.
Sadly, the theme of bad draws continues. Generous Tipper, he's pretty much on the E66, just over on the motorway there. 16, he's never drawn a gate.
No, exactly, you're right. Yeah, all his starts last year as well, he drew widest of all and has again tonight. So, as we know, that's a big disadvantage. So I was very disappointed with his run the first night as well. So we're on a bit of a comeback mission. Yeah, wide draw, I don't know. We'll just have to see how things go with him, really.
Probably better possibilities with the striking Viking. He's got some smart form in Europe.
He does, yes, he does. On the pick of his form, he'd go close tonight. Just my one question would be, we do feel he's a better horse round a turn. He's quite a forward, free-going horse, and Hamad was keen. His main target is in Qatar in a couple of weeks, so we just wanted to get a run into him before he goes to Qatar. So yeah, that would be my worry, that first run for a little while and in a straight line over the 6 furlongs as well.
How about Jolly Roger a little bit later on in the card? Consistent all the way through. If you'd backed him on the international markets, you might be calling him a few names.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. I thought he did a good job at Jebel Ali. He finished off his race nicely enough, and I think this probably will be more his bag. I think the trip up in trip should be fine. He's drawn a kind gate, and that will help simplify things. And yeah, I think between Title Roll and that fella, they'll be my best rides, I would think.
James, thank you very much. Enjoy the evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, you join me up in the pre-parade ring, and we are kicking off this 8-race card with an absolute belter. It's the Jumeirah Guineas trial. It's something that Godolphin have farmed since its inception. They've won all 3 renewals in its various different guises, and they might well be taking this one home as well. For all that it's a competitive enough field, there's no one standout in here, but there are 3 decent chances, one of them being Pacifica Pier, who is a very interesting contender for the Charlie Appleby stable, who's been on the go for quite some time as well. Well, saying that, he's arriving here fit, as you can see. He was a debut winner at Sandown Park in the UK back in July last year. He beat the subsequently 110 rated Publish for Jonathan Gosden and Juddmonte. He's yet to confirm that form. If he's yet to suggest he's going to confirm that form if the 2 meet again. He's 100 rated currently. He ran in the pre-Thomas Byron. He was behind his stablemate Al Zanati. That was over 1,800 metres at Chantilly on the poly track. And then he was sent for the Al Ryan Mile just before Christmas. He was a bit of a disappointment ultimately. He did what he always did. He led, but faded quite tamely away. So he's on the retrieval mission somewhat, but he has some smart enough form coming into this. And Billy Loughnane and Charlie Appleby, they are such a lethal combination in the UK. Billy actually holds the best strike rate the trainer has ever had, 50%, 24 winners from 48 rides. He's currently 0 from 6 for Charlie over here in the UAE, but it's very, very early days, so it wouldn't be a surprise at all if Pacifica Pier was able to show that little bit more. He is not the most fancied horse in here, though. Hopefully we'll get to see Tranmore in just a second. Let's break off and see who's just about to come next to me. That is number 9. And that is Do's and Don'ts. Bernardo Pinheiro been having a fantastic carnival and a fantastic season overall, 2nd in the overall jockey standings, and doing the majority of his riding for Salim bin Gadaya. And this is a colt who's back at Meydan. Recently, he blew out up the hill at Jebel Ali over 1,200 metres. That was off the back of 2 runs of dirt here over 1,200 on debut. They're trying turf for the first time. You can see he's built certainly a strong-looking turf horse, albeit that he probably will continue to grow and continue to strengthen up as he gets that little bit more age. He faced quite a tall order here on debut on the turf. Number 1, this is no cuts, no buts. Sandro Paiva up for Oscar Berner-Klint, who's having his 2nd run out here. Was last in the Al Wassel Stakes for the 3-year-olds at meeting 7. He's jumping up 400 metres in trip. This dual winner in Sweden. Had wins on the turf in a maiden at Gothenburg over 1,400, and it was over 1,200 on the dirt at Jägersro. He hasn't really looked up to this kind of class just yet, but we'll see how he gets on this evening. Fantastic to have so many international runners here at the Carnival, and Scandinavia as well, who have made their mark here before, and they'll be looking to do so throughout the card. They've got plenty in the Mawj Stakes. Number 2, this is Swordmaker, big strong horse, Ashin Orr up for Said bin Saror. He's been a slower burner than some in the Godolphin Blue, but he built up some forward momentum at the back end of last season. 1,600 should really suit on pedigree as well. And there is Pacifica Pier heading out once again. The likes of Tail Gunner Joe. Oh, number 7 is just worth a go. You've just heard from James Doyle about the chances of title roll. He's going to have to overcome stall 11. He had a thankless task last time from stall 15, and once again he's been handed a pretty tricky first assignment. The first couple of 100 metres are going to be hugely informative for his chance, but he showed his toughness last time, and that counts for plenty here. So runners are heading down the chute, and they'll be in the paddock very shortly. We can head over and rejoin Pat, who'll talk you through them.
Thank you very much, Anthony. It's really excited for this first race. As you mentioned, it's nice, exciting events from the moment we say go here for tonight's Friday night program. Just having a look at the market at the moment for race number 1 overseas. Title roll has come into favouritism and has been met with some good support. So he puts Tranmore now on the 2nd line, and that will be interesting to see how he goes coming into this. As we said, 15 into 14. It's not much of a difference, but it could be enough to see him coming up against Tranmore here and really giving him a run for his money. But a really nice race to kick us off as the runners head into the parade for race number 1. And this one here is over the mile on the turf. The Jumeirah Guineas trial, sponsored by DP World, as is all our races here tonight. Looking forward to the first race getting underway shortly. We'll be back as the runners make their way into the yard. So runners are coming into the parade here for the Jumeirah Guineas trial for 500,000 dirham. Let's head to our first horse. Number 1, Cuts No Butts, making his way over here from Scandinavia. The 3-year-old colt, Mahab Al Shimaal, has had that one run here over the 1,200 metres down the straight. Was unsuccessful on that occasion. Steps out in trip here to 1,600 metres. Has seen the trip before, including that run 2 starts ago at Yargersbro. Would need to find a fair bit to be competitive against some of the top runners here, but a welcoming addition to the race and draws the ace draw. Number 2 is Sword Maker. He'll spot the white cap Oshinor for Saeed bin Saror. The 3-year-old colt here by Pinatubos had the one run so far this season, coming through the same race there as No Cuts No Butts. Finished a little closer to the winner, 5th, beaten 3.75 lengths on that occasion. He'll be better for the run, but is stepping out to the 8 furlongs here. Has been over 6 for his last good chunk of runs. So we'll see if he can step it out a little bit more here for this upcoming event. Sword Maker off the rating here tonight of 96. Number 4 is Pacifica Pier. Looking at this, he is our highest rated horse at the moment for this race, off the rating of 100. The 3-year-old gelding here by Palace Pier, running in Doha last start. He was 8th, beaten 13 1/4 behind Pacific Avenue. Makes his way here to the UAE and looks to hopefully pick up his first win here in the Middle East at career start number 7. Five is Power for Power, was behind Northern Champion here at Meydan last time out over the 1,400 metres. Doesn't make as much of a drastic jump in distance as some of the others do. Only steps out a furlong here for this upcoming contest. This is his 3rd run in the country. The 3-year-old colt here by Blue Point for Bupat Sima, Abu Bakar Kadora and Kieran Schumark. Another wide draw for Tail Gunner Joe. Can't seem to draw a gate, unfortunately. The 3-year-old colt by Nick's Go. He's in 10 of 11 here for this upcoming race, off the rating of 85. Dylan Cunha combines up here with Richard Mullen for Ridgeview Stud for this horse's 8th career start. Ran 5th last time out to the races and jumps out to the 1,600 for this upcoming run. Title Roll's got the widest of the draws, but was only beaten 0.8 of a length behind Northern Champion last time out. It was very, very impressive. The 3-year-old colt by Too Darn Hot. In the famous Coolmore colours, he'll be looking to make his presence felt in this race for Simon and Ed Crisford. And James Doyle will partner off the rating of 93. Number 8 is the son of Frankel, Tran Moore for Godolphin, Charlie Appleby and William Buick, off the rating of 92. Beaten 2.5 there behind Northern Champion. Stuck on well in the final stages and should be expected to improve from a fitness perspective there. Draws well in 4, expect to be in the finish. Do's and Don'ts is lowly rated in this field, 64 rated coming into this. So under the conditions is spotting a few of these horses quite a bit of an advantage. Salam bin Gudayat, Bernardo Pinheiro for Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. Do's and Don'ts, the 3-year-old gelding by Spates Town has had the 3 goes, yet to figure in the money, looking to do so here at career start 4. Fire Dioro has had 2 starts for the 2nd placing. That came last start at Jebel Ali in Maiden company behind Ashwan. Looks to be a nice enough form line for the 3-year-old colt by Bolt Dioro, and the fitness should be there as he steps back out here to the 1,600 metres in this conditions event. Fire Dioro having career start number 3 here. Connor Beasley to ride. Here is Zumbezi, our second last horse to have a look at. The 3-year-old colt by Zarak for Miroslav Nezlanik and Silvestre de Souza. 3 starts for a 3rd placing. That came on the Meydan debut in Maiden company. and was only 3.15 lengths off Northern Champion last time out, finishing very similar to quite a few of the other major contenders in this race. Comes through the right form line, keep safe.
It's a busy night for Ed Crisford here at the Dubai Racing Carnival once again. Same old, really, Ed. I mean, you've brought a big team out and they're really delivering.
Yeah, no, it's been a good season so far, but we're halfway through now and we've got to keep going.
Title role, he showed his immense talent last time. He had to overcome a wide gate there. You've got the same situation again.
Yeah, unfortunately got another wide gate. Upper furlong this time, so we'll see how he gets on over the mile. No, I think he's a sort of quality animal, but it's just whether James can get him into a position, he can settle and finish off nicely. But no, I think he should run a decent race.
It's a busy night. We can't go through each and every one of them. Who else are you most looking forward to seeing?
Be interested to see Ocean Viking on the dirt. He won here on turf. I just wanted to give him a go, see how he'd get on. He's been training on the dirt quite nicely, and we'll see. I mean, you never quite know until those gates open on dirt, but he's definitely got the ability to be winning a race like that.
Is there something that you tried differently with a horse trying dirt for the first time, particular added emphasis on starting or not necessarily?
Yeah, I mean, he breaks quite handily anyway. To be honest, you just got to train them like a dirt horse. You know, it's just a different style of training to a turf.
Well, best of luck here and best of luck for the rest of the evening.
Thank you.
It is time for our first best turned out of the evening, proudly sponsored by PHI Advertising, and it has gone to the Colt Zumbezi, number 11 for Miroslav Nishlanik, for Dr. Eva Nishlanikova, and the groom of number 11 Zambezi. Well done to Bom Singh, who has won 650 dirham, and it is proudly presented by Ali Essa, who has moved heaven and earth to get here for 8 times this evening. Thank you, sir, for your continued sponsorship of the best turned out, proudly sponsored by PHA Advertising. Well done, Bom Singh.
Well done.
Never in doubt. Sounds good. This race does have a good sound to it, doesn't it? The Jumeirah Guineas Trial, proudly sponsored by DP World, who have lended their sponsorship to the entire card, along with Jafza. And it's going to be very interesting to see how Tranmere gets on here. He's had very little racing in the grand scheme of things. He gets William Buick up for the first time, and he is myself and Pat's selection in here. There's a lot to like about it, but it's more based on the potential that he's shown rather than exactly blatant achievement, because he was a little too keen for his own good last time, and you can completely understand why. He was having his first run since the Chesham at Royal Ascot the previous summer, and after making such a striking debut, he was a bit of a disappointment that day. But horses all mature at their own way, their own kind of different standard, and it wouldn't be a surprise at all to see him show up much better this evening. It could be a massive night for Godolphin, of course, with plenty of chances throughout the card. Well, what about title roll? We've heard from the jockey, James Doyle, we've heard from co-trainer Ed Crisford, and it all really comes down to what happens in the first 400, 600 metres of the race. He's trying this kind of discipline for the first time as well. He's up to the 1600. He ran really well over 1400. I think last time would have made a bit of a man of him. He had to stay wide, wider than ideal from an extremely wide gate in 15, and that wasn't ideal, not by any stretch. So if he manages to overcome that, and that is a bit of an if, he has loads of possibilities on just his 4th run. The international markets have this a 2-horse race. There's some lively outsiders in here as well, but it's a great way to kick off the card. It's a pointer for the Jumeirah Guineas on Emirates Super Saturday, which is around about a month away. Cracking way to start the card. Pat Comerford, all yours.
Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, great start, and we'll know a lot more about what to expect for that race there on Emirates Super Saturday. With this trial, we've seen the trials so far this season have given us a really, really good indication, and this field looks quite classy. Which one is going to stand out among the rest here? Godolphin with a great hand, and the horse running forward here in the Coolmore purple. It's Title Roll. He just needs a bit of luck from that wide draw as they complete the loading process here for the 500,000 dirham Jumeirah Guineas trial. Away we go. Power for Power is going to head back from the early and that wide draw there in the early part. Tail Gunner Joe, Zumbezi, and also back there, No Cuts, No Butts from the inside. Do's and Don'ts is the leader here as they continue down the back straight past the 1400 metres. And he's reined up by Bernardo Pinheiro, allowing him to stride quite restricted at the moment. 1.5 lengths, now 3/4 of a length to Fire Dioro, who's allowed to get closer, but he's also reined up as well. Pacifica Pier is in behind them in 3rd position. 1.5 lengths to Title Roll, 3/4 of a length to Tranmere on the inside, getting a nice run. In behind them there was No Cuts, No Butts to its outside, Sword Maker punching the breeze a little wider. Then came Tail Gunner Joe from Power for Power, and Zumbezi as last. It's Do's and Don'ts, not breaking any records up in front. 850 metres left to go, leads a 1/2 length. Fire Dioro to its outside in 2nd. 3rd was Pacifica Pier getting the run of the race. Then came Title Roll, who's in but with plenty of cover at the moment and close enough to strike. 1.5 lengths to Tranmere, who sticks to the inside from Sword Maker. Then came No Cuts, No Butts. 1/2 length back to Tail Gunner Joe from Power for Power, Zumbezi last as they swing the bend here in the Jumeirah Guineas trial. Do's and Don'ts given its head. Fire Dioro the same. Pacifica Pier peels out for its run. Tranmere looking for a run in between the leading two, who are tiring now, and Title Roll in the meantime has come nice pump past with a big burst of speed. Title Roll from Tranmere. Title Roll 1/2 length on Tranmere. Then came Sword Maker, followed by Pacifica Pier. Title Roll with enough at bay here in the final part to beat off Tranmere. Tranmere in the Jumeirah Guineas trial, and Title Roll goes on to win. Swordmaker's run out of its skin in second. Tranmere third across from Pacifica Pier. Then came, next over was Tail Gunner Joe from Fire Dioro. Then came Power for Power, No Cuts, No Buts, Zumbezi. And the last one after leading them up was Do's and Don'ts. Title Roll gets the win. They didn't go awfully hard. You'd expect them to pack up, but James Doyle, as he can do on multiple occasions, he's given it a fabulous ride, and he has got the horse in the running line. Didn't have to cover any more territory. Actually had horses to his outside. One of those being Swordmaker, who has run a massive race in second. So two of the horses there who midfield, they ran on to come home and run first and second in the event. Title Roll, though, has certainly lived up to the expectations there, and onwards and upwards for the 93 rater for the Team Magnia and Coolmore. Simon and Ed Crisford, James Doyle on the board early with a race 1 winner.
What a performance from Title Roll, but it was the opening part of the race that was the most interesting part. Bernardo Pinheiro has been allowed to walk the dog aboard the Salam Bingadaya trained runner who was do's and don'ts, and the pace was slack. This is where jockeyship is about split-second decisions. James Doyle had the decision to drop in, but he would have dropped in near last. The way the race has ended up, he wouldn't have got anywhere near involved, or he would have been a running on unlucky, probably third. Because of his early positioning, because he was able to slot up and get a little bit of cover, but have him crucially sitting close by, near the speed. When they started to sprint, he was in a perfect position. He'd shown himself to be a serious horse last time, to run so well from a wide gate. You need luck from where he was breaking in stall 11, and he has been able to put in a performance of the highest quality and lay a marker down for the big one on Emirates Super Saturday. Would he have really appreciated a strongly run 1600 metres? It's hard to say on that basis, I should say. Tranmere was positioned just off him as well. He's taken the inner route under William Buick, and he's performed with credit. Maybe you were just expecting that little bit more from him. And as Pat said, Swordmaker has run out of his skin. He wasn't ideally positioned given the way the race has ended up running. He was starting to put together some nice form at the back end in the UK, and he has really proved himself in this new kind of discipline. And Syed bin Saror will also surely be heading to the Jumeirah Guineas on Emirates Super Saturday.
Unofficial numbers in the Jumeirah Guineas trial, sponsored by DP World. 7284. 7284. Title Roll, your unofficial winner. 138.72. Winner's time, 1 1/4 by a neck. 7284. Race 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in. Your first winner of 8 of the evening. It is Title Roll, ridden by James Doyle, trained by Simon and Ed Crisford in the colours of Magnia, Smith and Tabor. Title Roll takes the opener. James Doyle having a particularly good time of things at the Dubai Racing Carnival. And it was a masterstroke, really. I'll just catch up with you now, James. We spoke about that wide gate just before you went out for the first. You were able to negate it in a race where sit and sprint was the aim of the game.
Yeah, it did suit him. As we know, that was the little worry, was going up in trip, but the way he hit the line tonight and galloped out, that the trip would be perfect for him. But it did suit him in terms of he is a quick horse, and I was able to kind of dictate the race from where I landed. Obviously, the wide draw was the only worry, and I guess he was the horse to beat, so the guys were happy to follow me rather than kind of pitch me out, which was nice. I was relieved after going a furlong that I could get in and dictate the race, and then, like I say, I wanted to go as slow as I could for as long as I could before I let him go, and he quickened up well.
Do you think we learned anything major from him there, rather than the fact he had an early gear, he was able to get himself in a good position, and crucially was able to settle well enough?
Yeah, exactly. He was still a little bit free without cover. Once he did get that cover, he was fine. So that was another step in the right direction. The trip, obviously, with future races in mind, you know, he needs to stay this distance, and I thought he showed that well enough in probably a falsely run race, but the way he galloped through the line and galloped out suggested that, yeah, it's no problem at all.
Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given in race number 1. Correct weight 7284, 7284. Title roll, your official winner 138.72. Winning margin a length and a quarter by a neck. Correct weight.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our first of 8 presentations this evening, giving out the prize for the Jumeirah Guineas trial, sponsored by DP World. We welcome up Miss Ebtisam Ahmed Al-Kabi, the Senior Vice President for Jafza Sales. Thank you very much, Ebtisam, for giving out our first prize, and what a trial this could turn out to be. We very much hope Title Roll will be heading back on Emirates Super Saturday for the big one, the Jumeirah Guineas. And we welcome up to the stage, representing Winning Connections, co-trainer Ed Crisford. are back in the pre-parade ring ahead of race 2. This is our 3-year-old maiden on the dirt. And this is a horse who should have made his debut by now, but his plans were scuppered by him on festive Friday, sadly. He played up in the stalls. He was a naughty boy. And we're just keeping an eye on him at the moment. We have heard he might be able to leave the paddock or the pre-parade before the others and just keep a lid on him a little bit. Saloom, the horse in question, number 12, has been to a trial since, and he's won nicely. And his gate speed, I think, could be a massive asset in here. He was supposed to debut in that 1,200-metre conditions race on festive Friday. And we're just going to have to watch him in the gates once again. If he does break on terms, he's got a big chance of leading from stall 2. He's the choice of Ty Gaucher for Mahab Al Shimaal, who's been casting his eye over him, making sure that the lid is being firmly kept on him. And that red hood is on as well. That'll come off down at the start, but hopefully by then we have managed to be able to keep a lid on him and almost fool him into behaving. We are hearing number 2, Diamond Dairy's Will for Pat Dobbs and Doug Watson, is a late scratching. It's a shame, he's totally bred for this test, but we are hearing he is a late scratching. He might not be the only one in here as well. Horses are making their way down to the paddock. They're in the tunnel, and Saloom is being kept right away from them as it stands. They're keeping or trying their best to just keep him interested, but not too interested. Pat Comerford.
Thank you very much there, Anthony. Yes, unfortunately, 2 withdrawals here. Race 2, number 2, Diamond Diary's Will. And also race 3, number 8, Callahan is also a withdrawal at 5:44. So take note, race 2, number 2, race 3, number 8 are withdrawals early in the program. That has just come through to us now. Runners are making their way here to the parade for race number 2. And we'll be back with you shortly with our first horse. So race 2 is the Jafza Logistics Park. It's for 165,000 dirham. Let's head into the parade. Our first horse is number 3, Doc Holiday, for Niels Peterson and Carlos Lopez. He's a 3-year-old colt by Apel or Matra. And this one here for Glazner Racing APS. Has had the 1 run for 6th placing behind Brotherly Love, and steps out again here for his 2nd career start and 2nd run at Meydan. Number 4 is our next horse, and that is Dogan. This one here for Marwan Al-Badai and Ray Dawson to do the riding at Jebel Ali on debut over 1,400 metres. Was beaten 10 lengths on that occasion behind Duke of Martin. Has its Meydan debut here tonight and steps out to the mile for his first time in his career. Number 5 is Ferrari BF, the 3-year-old colt here by Motown, Alion Chavez to do the riding for Friedrich Ruterskloid. This one here has had the 1 start in its career for the 3rd placing. That was at Jagersbro, beaten 4 lengths on that occasion in a conditions event. Stays at the trip, but attacks a new, different sort of dirt surface here for his 2nd career run. 6 is Honest Desert for the Ahmed bin Hamish team. Sam Hitchcock to do the riding here on the 3-year-old gelding by Honest Mischief. Has had that 1 career start so far. That was here at Maiden Company over this track and trip. Ran 8th on that occasion there behind Brotherly Love. 7 is Magic Arts. Richard Mullen, does the riding for Bupat Sema and owner Sadi Pridonia. This 3-year-old colt by Good Magic has had one start. That was over in Russia. Ran second on that occasion and steps out here for career start number 2. First run in the country. Music Lads had the one look at the track on race day, and that was at Jebel Ali in a 1,200 metre maiden. Up to 1,600 metres and turns a corner for the first time. The 3-year-old colt by Run Happy, Bernardo Pinheiro for Salim bin Gudaya. Here is the 9, and that is Mustaqbal for Rashid Borsley. Victor Salgado will do the riding. Did have one trial here at Meydan, ran 5th of 6th on that occasion there, beaten 8 lengths in that trial behind Questor. Stepping out here for the first time on race night, seems to be handling it okay. National History draws a gate for the first time since arriving here in the UAE. Was off the track last time out. Still ran 3rd, beaten 7 lengths on that occasion to stablemate in Devon Island. Should get better favours from the inside draw this time around. The 3-year-old colt, a gelding rather, by Maxfield, has had 3 starts already. This is his 2nd in country. Mikhail Barcelona finds himself back aboard Petite once again here. He was on board for the debut run. Has had 2 starts now here, and best result so far has been 7th. Bupat Sema trains for Akuri Armour Zing team, drawn a little wide in 12. Here is Saloom making his way out early to the start in the Jafza Logistics Park. The 3-year-old colt by Authentic is having his first career run, hopefully tonight here. Tygo Shea does the riding for Bupat Sema and the stables of King Abdullah bin Aziz and Sons. Quite a few Russian horses here and Russian connections involved in this second event. Sari Cheyenne is our next horse, the 3-year-old colt by Constitution. This one here for the Amir Kulov and Kurbanov family. Doug Watson trains. Jamie Powell, his ride for the night here comes up in race 2. He's had the one start running 5th there, beaten 8.5 behind Mr. Hyro at Jebel Ali. Stays at the distance. Yamdeek's on a 7-day backing up here out of the feature race last time out in the 2000 Guineas behind 6 Speed, dropping back from Group 3 level to Maiden Company here, but has struck a wide gate once again, the 3-year-old colt by Yorpen. Moldir Kusharova and Marat Kucherov have Asian Queen here, the 3-year-old filly with Ali Al-Badwawi. Andrew Slattery to do the riding. He's had success with these connections last season with Nougal. He'll be looking at doing the same on board the filly here, who's having her 2nd career start. Number 1 is Barto. Another one for Bupat Sema. This one for the Gurgar stables. Sandro Paiva to do the riding on the 3-year-old colt by Street Sense. Has had the one trial. That was at Jebel Ali down the track on that occasion there. That was back on the 31st of December. Draws 16 here for tonight's race. Talking about 16, here is number 16, Kolsay. Ali Al-Badwawi and Mirzabek Kapushev team up here with this runner for Bakeda Zapa, the 3-year-old filly by Cupid, having its first career start here tonight. Best of luck to Connections. So that's our look at the runners here. Full field for race number 2. It is the Jafza Logistics Park. Runners head to post.
It's time for the best turned out for race 2. Once again, proudly sponsored by PHI Advertising. Dr. Aliessa is on hand to give out the prize, which is 650 dirham to the groom of number 11, Petit. He is anything but Petit. He's a big, strong dirt horse running over 1,600 metres. Well done to his groom, Dalpat Singh. Runners making their way down to the start for race 2, the Jafza Logistics Park. It's a maiden, it's over 1,600 metres. And it's an interesting fight at the top of the international markets because our number 10 horse, National History, William Buick and Charlie Appleby and Godolphin Connections look to have found him a fine opportunity to get off the mark. He's shown up well in 3 starts, 2 in the UK, at Kempton Park's Polytrack over 1,400 and 1,600, and on his dirt debut out here over course and distance when he was behind his stablemate Devon Island, all the way back in meeting 2 with the Dubai Racing Carnival, who has since gone on to place in the UA 2000 Guineas just last week, with the second Brotherly Love going on to win a maiden as well. So that's strong form compared to what he's facing here. What I liked about his debut, although he's going down quite exuberantly, but William Buick has him in hand, I think. What I did like about his debut was he was able to face a lot of kickback, yet he still managed to stick his head down and run through it. That takes a tough horse, mentally and physically, and he seemed, you wouldn't quite say relished it, but he handled it. And if he was to break slowly again from 1, there is a scenario where he might be able to do the same. The worry is if he was to be slow away again from the gates, and he was on his debut from a wide draw, that the race would get away from him, especially if Saloon breaks as well as you were expecting. He was smart away in his trial here over 1,000 metres. He's bred for more this kind of test. Tiger Shea riding for Bhupat Seymour in the colours of King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz's Son Stables. Powerful Connections, who you come to expect their presence each and every year at the Carnival, near the top of the table. Bhupat currently at the top of the trainers' table in the UAE domestic season. Tig currently sitting 3rd, but it can all change. And winners like this certainly wouldn't go amiss either. Let's have a look at some of the others. Number 1, Bato, Sandro Paiva, also for Bhupat, who is a debutant this evening, but from a very, very tough draw. He's almost drawn out on the E66. He's a street sense colt out of a Looking at Lucky mare. The dam was a turf horse who won a couple of races at Gulfstream Park. He was bought from the Craven Breeze Ups at Tattersalls at Newmarket in the UK for 140,000 guineas. It's about 745,000 in dirham. It's the same sale that Bhupat Seymour bought 6 Speed last week's UA 2000 Guineas winner. He's probably going to need to show some excellent gate speed and slot in after the shoot, or drop in and take the kickback. And if it's the latter, it's never a positive necessarily. So best of luck to him. But you'd imagine there will be better opportunities for him, and the stable have a better chance with Saloom if his trial form bears the same kind of fruit as some of the trials we've been seeing, the likes of 6 Speed taking to them, Grey Boss for the stable, both trial winners. They use them very effectively, and especially here at Meydan. It gets them mentally very prepared for what they're going to face on their debut, as opposed to some other horses. Number 14, well worth a mention, because he has good form coming into this. This is the 3-year-old colt Yamdik, Connor Beasley up for Ahmed bin Hamash in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed Al Maktoum. He's back in class, and he's back just a week on from running in the UA 2000 Guineas a week ago on Fashion Friday. He really smacked of promise behind Brotherly Love on debut. He had to try and close in from the back, having been too keen from a wide draw. He had a lot of running to challenge wide, while Brotherly Love got all the favours on the rail and went the brave route. Now, he was much more forwardly placed in the Guineas. He wasn't up to that task, and he faded to 7th, but he didn't disgrace himself, and not really suggesting he was up to that level, at least yet. Maybe with time and experience he could be. It's a drop back to Maiden company, and he should be competitive, but a wide gate not ideal for Yamdeek. Conor Beasley looking to get another win here at the Dubai Racing Carnival, has been showing up well in the recent weeks. So the loading process is beginning to get underway. There is one of the fancied horses, National History. Stall 1 for William Buick. Will it be make or a slow break? We will have to see, in the company of Pat Comerford.
Thank you, Anthony. We've got runners starting to slowly load forward here. We've got about half the field loaded away and the rest of these to come up. A nice capacity field, or was capacity, with the late scratching of Diamond Diary's Will. We're down to 15 for this 1,600 metre contest for the non-winners. Here is Sari Cheyenne coming forward. Jamie Powell is only ride for the night here. I'll be looking to hopefully find some luck here with him. Ferrari BF about to come forward. We've just seen Magic Art load away. About 6 left to go here. Doc Holliday coming forward. He's a familiar face. Ferrari BF and Dogan coming up into line. Starter Shane Ryan giving them the hurry along here to bring the rest of these up. Petite. Saloom will be the last one. Barrier blanket applied. On the international market, he has been spec'd as the horse to be the biggest danger here to National History, and we'll see them jump from 1 and 2. Runners are right here for the Jafza Logistics. Maiden level, ready. Racing. Away they go. Ferrari BF was slow. Barto the same from 16, but he still hustled forward. Sari Cheyenne at the back of the field. Dogan, and also there as well was Asian Queen. Saloom works forward here. Up into the mix with Music Lad as they come out of the chute and onto the course proper. Mustaq Bal third and 3 wide from Honest Desert Petite. National History 3 back on the inside. Doc Holliday next, followed there by Magic Art as they work down the back of the course. Next was Yamdeek, who's wide. Barto the same. A gap there back to Cole Say, 3.5 lengths to Sari Cheyenne, a similar margin Ferrari BF. Dogan last of all, Asian Queen. 950 left to go as they approach the back turn. 14.22, 10.8, 1.11, 1.5. They're going hard enough, and Saloom eventually takes over the lead, leads by 3/4 of a length. Honest Desert is shuffled up into second position. Next there on the inside was Music Lad, followed by Petite, who's working around them for Barcelona, getting into the race. Saloom's got a few of these off and chasing. National History next. Mustaq Bal drops away. Passed there by Magic Art. Then came Yamdeek, Doc Holliday, Barto, and Colsay best of the rest as they wheel the bend here. Saloom's got a big lead heading into the bend here. 400 metres left to go. And he says bye-bye at the 300 metre mark. He's got 4 lengths to up on the inside there. Music Lad, Honest Desert, National History too far away to make an inclusion. He is a horse we've been waiting to see at the races. And Saloom coming away here in the final furlong. He's put 8 lengths now on National History. Up into third position, Music Lad battles on for the final spot in the minors, but Saloom has won this in a cakewalk. 7 or 8 lengths on the line to National History. Sari Cheyenne may have pipped Music Lad there for a photo for third position. Next over was Magic Art. Then came next over Doc Holliday from Yamdeek, Ferrari BF, Honest Desert, Asian Queen, Barto, Dogan. Then came Colsay from Mustaq Bal. Petite got tired there late, and he crossed over at the rear of the field. That was as easy as you like. Saloom has bolted in race number 2. We'll get the confirmed margins here very shortly. National History just couldn't do any more. It'll be the best part of 7 lengths, maybe more. Number 12, Saloom, does it in impressive style. 1:37.78 winner's time. That could be the easiest win of the night. That one will be tough to top.
Oh, Saloom, all is forgiven. He messed about. He's a naughty boy at the stalls on his intended start over 1,200 metres in a conditions race on Festive Friday. Well, he was worth the wait, wasn't he? He'd won a trial over 1,000 metres. He'd done that impressively. He'd showed smart gate speed there, which made you think he was going to be able to use stall 2 to best effect. And while initially it didn't necessarily work out that way, Tiger Shea looped around and made him go quick. They went quick up top. Some of them were paddling around the home turn. They couldn't live with them. National History stayed on, but he stayed on in vain because it is a smart horse, a very smart dirt performer. 1,600 for now. You wonder if he might get further. with a little bit more restraint. But this is all about the learning process with this horse. It was all about getting him nice and relaxed, getting him down to the gate and getting him in there. And you can work on the rest, but wow, he can run. We know that. He's shown them a clean pair of heels. And as Pat said, it's going to be hard to top that in terms of visual impressiveness. He's interesting over the line. He's still showing some greenness. And he was definitely getting tired. They've gone hard here, but they just haven't been able to live with him. He'd promised plenty. Tiger Shea had made absolutely no hiding of the fact that he held this colt in good regard. He said he was looking forward to getting him out back. I think Connections would have been very disappointed with what he did over 1,200 metres. I wonder if it could have been something of a blessing in disguise. And I wonder what the rest of the season means for him, because he's won this over 1,600. Maybe the softer approach, maybe looking for other targets, get him a bit more experience before you kick on with him into his 4-year-old season next year. Either way, this is a nice problem to have for Connections. Saloom has blown them away in the second race.
The unofficial numbers in the Jafza Logistics Park: 12, 10, 13 and 8. 12, 10, 13, 8. Saloom has done it well. 1:37.78 winners time. Margins confirmed. 6 3/4 by 4 1/4. 12, 10, 13, 8. Race 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, walking back into the winners' enclosure for the first time, but surely not the last. Well done to Bhupat Seema, Tiger Shea. Remember the name, Saloom! Tiger Shea couldn't hide his admiration for this horse. I bet he was delighted to be finally able to get on his back. Talk me through that, because you were happy to take a lead and then suddenly you were in front.
Yeah, look, he had a bad experience here Christmas week. He flipped in the gates. He's a horse that I've held in high regard from the time I got back this season. He's a big horse. A lot of credit goes to Shane Ryan and the team. He hasn't been easy in the gates. They've done a fantastic job with him, along with Zabil. You know, as I said, he flipped bad Christmas week in the gates, and you know, he's a horse with a great mind and great attitude at home, but for whatever reason he had his issue with the gates. But hopefully he had a very good experience there tonight, and as I said, hats off to Shane Ryan and the team. They've done a lot of work behind the scenes with this horse, and you know, look, he's done there what he was showing me all along at home, and I just wanted to give him a good smooth running. He popped the gate well, and then Bernardo's horse went and took it off him, and his horse kind of ran a bit green in front then, so I just said, look, listen, I stepped out one off the rail, and I was happy to take a lead, and as I said, Bernardo's horse was running around the place, so I just left him do his thing. I've ridden this horse in a lot of works, I know him well, and you know, he's very straightforward apart from his odd blip in the gates.
Well, and it all started all the way back up at the pre-parade ring. It's just about keeping a lid on him, just keeping his mind on the job and away from other horses?
Yeah, look, if you'd have said to me, you know, November time that he would have done something like that in the gates, I would have said, no, John, you know, I ride him a lot of his work. I rode him in his trial. One morning he got upset in the gates, so we had to retrial him, and as I said, you know, Shane and the team have worked tirelessly with him, you know, and you know, everyone knows what I think about him in the barn. I think he's a horse with a big future. I'm just glad he's got that out of the way, and onwards and upwards, but I suppose like all the good ones, he has his quirks.
Exceptional performance, well done, Ty.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given in the Jafza Logistics Park. 12, 10, 13, 8. Saloom, your winner. 137, 7, 8. Margin 6 3/4 by 4 1/4. Correct weight.
Ladies and gentlemen, please draw your attention to the presentation podium ahead of the presentation of the trophy for the Jafza Logistics Park. A wonderful race on paper, and so it has proven to be. Remember the name, Saloom. Going up to present the trophy to the winning connections, Mr. Mahab Al Shimaal, the Vice President of Customer Care of DP World. Thank you very much, Hamad, for your support and DP World support of the entire card in meeting 10 here of the Dubai Racing Carnival. And it's not the first time he's done this walk this season, and surely won't be the last. Representing winning connections, trainer Bhupat Seema. Mahab Al Shimaal, winning trainer of Saloom, joins me now. I expect you've been waiting a while for that.
Yes, you know, this horse has taken all the talents to get him there, but he is so talented. My staff, they work really hard. He's a little bit quirky, and I have to give the credit to the starter and his team, Shane. We schooled him a lot in the gates, and but he's got world of talent, but he could only show it if he could get out of that gate.
What exactly have you done in between, say at home, just to keep a lid on him, keep him calm, show him the right way?
He's one of those horses that he just needs to be kept calm. He's you know, he's got so much talent, but he's a raw talent that just wants to, is busting out of energy, you know. So we tried our best. The rider who rides him, he does a very good job keeping him calm. So here we are. We saw a good result today.
We see a performance like that, we immediately start speculating about where we might see him. Will it be in a big race this season? I guess it's just about putting in the time now, and then in his 4- and 5-year-old campaign, you'll reap the benefits.
Yes, obviously I have to talk to King Abdullah and Sons, White Stables. I'm very grateful. They've sent me a few wonderful horses this year, and it was good to get a winner for them. I think probably the most ideal race would be the Road to Kentucky Derby, and then hopefully the Derby.
Very well done. Look forward to seeing plenty more of Saloom and yourself.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's that time of the evening, the first of 4 faces at the races. All you have to do is show us your smile, show us your cheers. Yes, you, sir, you and many others are in with a chance of winning 500 dirham. And all you have to do is give us your best pearly whites. The teeth don't even need to be white, just smile. There's not enough positivity in life these days, but now is a chance and you can win some money. We'll have to see exactly who our esteemed cameraman is going to be going for. He's a tricky customer. Oh no, you see, at every turn, he just keeps you on your toes. Have we found a winner? Yes! It's you, madam! 500 dirhams is yours, something for nothing. All we required was a smile, and you gave it in spades at Faces at the Races.
Welcome back into the parade, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for race number 3 on the card. It is the Mawj Stakes for 500,000 dirham. Race number 3 here on the card over the 1,400 metres on turf. Let's head to our first horse, number 2, and that is Jalanote. She is a filly by Nando Parado. Vaslav Janacek does the riding here for Efrain Aguazones and comes into this race here tonight, having 5 starts for 3 wins and 1 third placing. Has a nice record in France, in Spain rather. Has to step up here tonight and has drawn a little out in 14 for tonight's race. Best of luck to Connections. Next horse is number 3. That is Gisa, the 3-year-old filly here by Ballado for Charlie Fallows and Kieran Schumark. They combine here with this runner off the rating of 77. 7 lengths off Flying Comet last time to the races. That was on the 9th of January. Has had the 2 runs here in the country this season. Looking forward to seeing how Gisa fares here tonight. Stepping back out to the 7 furlongs. Number 4 is the last start winner and the speedster, the 3-year-old filly by Kotai Glory. It's Miss Your Chance for Al Laith Racing, Antonio Sintra and Julio Olajuara. Silvestre de Souza to do the riding here off the rating of 93. Looks the likely leader on the map. She's the one they'll be chasing at the turn. Number 5 is Sweet Sunshine, the filly by Ifraj for Veronica Jandova. Francisco Goncalves to ride for LT Racing. 5 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds. The only run out of the top 2 was last start here at Meydan, beaten and down the track there over 1,400 metres. That was on the 19th of December in behind Labois, looking to improve on that run. Here is the 6 in Tai Fu, 3-year-old filly by Japan for Soren Jensen and Oliver Wilson to do the riding. This one here has had the 5 starts as well. Never missed the top 3. 2 wins, 2 seconds and a third. Those 2 wins strung together at Borough Park last 2 starts. So having its first run in the country is Tai Fu, but comes with a nice record in Scandinavia. Number 7 is True Test, the 3-year-old filly by Time Test for Abdullah Al Mansouri. William Knight and Marco Gianni combine off the rating here of 87. Is this filly, last seen at Newmarket, down the track on that occasion, but has notched up 2 wins and a second in the 5 starts so far in its career. Eight, Callahan is a scratching. Number 9 is Fairy Oak for Sky Racing. Mohammed Mardood and Mikhail Barcelona combining here. Last contesting in listed company. Beaten 8 lengths there behind Spicy Marg at the end of last year. That was over 1,200 metres. Having its first run in the country and stepping out in distance here to the 7 furlongs. A distance she has contested already on multiple occasions. Ten is Piana, the filly by Zelzal for Nicola Corlery and Andrew Slattery, 84 rater. Has had the 1 run here already. Ran 11th on that occasion behind Labois, coming out of the same form line as Sweet Sunshine. Looking to improve on that performance. That was on the dirt, switching over here to the turf for the first turf run of the season here in the UAE. Supreme Shine was down the straight over 1,200 last time out. Turns a corner this time around. And Oscar Bernaclint will be looking to see this filly by Supremacy go a little better. 15 is the barrier, so we'll need a bit of luck from that wide draw. Salam bin Gudaya saddles up the daughter of Cantharos. It is Serena Fierce. Last seen at Jebel Ali over 1,400 metres in a maiden, was well off the winner on that occasion. Would need to improve on what we've seen at the races so far. Lady Garfield is a 3-year-old filly by James Garfield for Miroslav Neslanic, dropping back in trip after running over the mile on dirt last time out. 3 runs already this season, so fitness should be no query. But a switch over to the turf here for this 4th run. We'll see potentially a slight improve on form. Audrey de Vries partners Mayana for Fauzi Nas, the 3-year-old filly here by Street Sense. Down the track on both runs to date. Both of those were before the new year, having its first run here at career start number 3, first run for 2026. 15 is She's Good. Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish combine. The 3-year-old filly by McLean's Music has had 3 runs so far. All of those have come here at Meydan. A mixture across the surfaces. Last start on the dirt over a mile, unsuccessful. Back onto the turf here and dropping back to 7 furlongs. And last but not least is Dance to the Music. Our short price international market favourite comes in off the highest rating of 101 and comes here with a stellar record. 4 starts and 2 wins. Last 2 runs unsuccessful, both at Group 1 company at the back end of last season. Returns here and is the horse to beat in the Mawj Stakes.
It is time for the best turned out for the Mawj Stakes. Number 7, beautifully turned out. True Test for William Knight. And the winning groom here is Farman Ali, presented the prize by Ali Esser. It's a double Ali in the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out. They're sponsoring all of the best turns out throughout the course of the evening. It's double Ali. So we're around about 2 minutes away from the start of the Mawj Stakes. This is a race that Godolphin have made their impact in to a massive degree. They have won every renewal of this. Mawj taking the initial Jumeirah Fillies Classic, as it was known back then. And she went on to win the 1,000 Guineas at Newmarket later that season. So the race is named in honour of her, and Godolphin have won both renewals since it has been renamed. Charlie Appleby with an excellent record in this race. And I think it's going to continue here with Dance to the Music, who's rated far superior to her rival. She's already a Group 3 winner. That was in the Sweet Solera Stakes at Newmarket. I was lucky enough to be there. I remember asking Charlie Appleby, what is this horse's best asset? And he said it's the turn of foot. They tried her over further at the back end of the season, over 1,600 in the Grade 1 Natalma out at Woodbine. That's in Toronto in Canada. And she ran respectively. And then she was down the field in the 1,600 metre Fillies Mile, another Group 1, and this one at her home in Newmarket. She's out here, she's up back down to 1,400, and she really should be winning this en route to bigger and better things. She's a classy type. She's got stall 13 to overcome. That's not going to be easy, but the presence of Miss Your Chance in here, who is likely to go forward if the form over anything below that is to go on, then it might space out the field. I completely agree with Pat Comerford in that respect. What about the chance of Miss Your Chance? Sylvester de Souza up for Antonio Sintra and Julio Olajuaga in the colours of Al Laith Racing. Al Laith looking to have a good evening. They've got Antrim a little bit later on, and quickly becoming something of a powerhouse in this region as well. Miss Your Chance, she was a winner over 1,000 metres here, winning off 86 in meeting 7. That was a highly credible win, considering she was drawn away from the pace on the far side and did it the hard way to win convincingly. She has to prove herself up to 1,400 metres. She's a real trier, though. She's not the biggest, but there's a lot to like about her in terms of her heart. She shows a lot of it in her races, and there's every chance that she might be able to have it her own way on the end. Loads of international challengers in here. Our challengers from Scandinavia, they're rated far beneath the favourite, and they are going to have to step up, but great to have their participation. And loading fairly quickly ahead of a truly international Mawj Stakes. Classic credentials, Pat Comerford, on the line.
And a great field at that as well, from a field size perspective. Plenty willing to take on the short price international elect. As we know, Godolphin, such a great record in this race, and rarely do get beat, but plenty still willing to come out and just, if anything, see where their fillies line up in the broad scheme of things. Dance to the Music about to come forward. Serena Fierce loading up. Here is Supreme Shine, and also Lady Garfield. Lady Garfield comes into line for Sabina Mokrosova. Here is a Supreme Shine, who loads away. And the fillies are set here for the Mawj Stakes, sponsored by DP World, for 500,000. Ready. Racing now. They all got to a clean line. Best line of the night. That'll be tough to top for Shane Ryan. Miss Your Chance is away very early in the contest to go up to a clear lead of 2.5 lengths. She's Good second. Geisa works forward with Sweet Sunshine. Then came deeper out on the course. Dance to the Music. Lady Garfield. Dance to the Music a little wide at the moment. Tai Fu is in behind her. Then came next there on the outside was Supreme Shine, followed by True Test. Next there was Jalanote, who's about 5th to last, joined there by Piana. Next came Fairy Oak, Mayana, and the last one, Serena Fierce. Miss Your Chance, as we expected, is burning them along up in front and not waiting around for anyone. 3 lengths in advance of She's Good. Dance to the Music, starting to get the roller skates on here up on the outside from Lady Garfield, working through the inside Geisa. Then came Tai Fu, True Test. Next was Supreme Shine, followed there by Piana and Jalanote, the best of the rest. Miss Your Chance is giving them something to chase. She's a little wayward here at the 300-metre marker, out by 2.5 to Dance to the Music. Then came She's Good, Sweet Sunshine and Tai Typhoon giving a sight out wider. Miss Your Chance, the leader. Dance to the Music's going to have to be very good from here. Miss Your Chance, Typhoon. Typhoon pouncing the outside here for Oliver Wilson. Typhoon from up on the outside. Fairy Oak trying. Typhoon. Typhoon and a boil over. Half a length to in second position. Next over there was Fairy Oak from True Test. Dance to the Music. Couldn't find there late. Next over Miss Your Chance from Sweet Sunshine Geeser. Then came Jalanote from Piana. Lady Garfield. Then came She's Good. Serena Fierce. One of the last ones to cross over, Supreme Shine and Mayana. Scandinavia are on the board. Typhoon, the 3-year-old filly by Japan, kicked off with 2 real nice wins leading into this in Sweden and has left the rest of these for dead. Fairy Oak has run impressive into second position, but what a win and what a result for Soren Jensen and Jacobson and Rasmussen IS. A big congratulations to trainer and connections and rider Oliver Wilson. That's a nice win to kick off the season for them as well, and a big campaign ahead for Typhoon. She turns heads in the Mawj Stakes.
An international winner here at the Dubai Racing Carnival. Typhoon running down Miss Your Chance. Dance to the Music, a little disappointing, but had a wider than ideal trip, but hasn't quite lived up to her rating on her first start for some time. Typhoon, however, had it equally hard. From stall 12 she had to break from. She was making her UAE debut off the back of a pair of wins at Bro Park in Sweden. She had collateral form with Sweet Sunshine as well, who was in here. The pair met last July at Klampenborg in Denmark, and Typhoon came off second best. Well, she looks a different type of horse now, and it's going to be fascinating to see how they campaign her now. We had hoped she'd be in the Jumeirah 1,000 guineas on the big night coming up in about a month's time, Emirates Super Saturday. Her side, Japan, stands in Germany. She is easily the best of his progeny so far. His first crop only starting last year. She was officially rated 79 coming into this. Dance to the Music rated in the hundreds. On the face of it, she had a lot to find, but you have to really like the attitude that she's shown when knuckling down. There she is. She's travelling wide around the midfield, but she's got a right target on Dance to the Music, who William Buick had to rush up from 13 to try and negate Miss Your Chance, just getting too far away, and Typhoon has sprang a massive shock here. Oliver Wilson, Soren Jensen, Jacobson and Rasmussen, they're going to be celebrating long into the night, you would imagine. Typhoon, a massive win and a massive shock in the Mawj Stakes. It's fantastic to see international participation here at the Dubai Racing Carnival, and the Scandinavian horses, there's always a feeling that they have to really step up on what they're showing back home, because it's a different level here, but Typhoon certainly has. And she's an unexposed 3-year-old who could have plenty more to offer.
Those numbers there in the Mawj Stakes, sponsored by DP World. 6917, 6917. Typhoon, your winner, 124.20. Margins 3/4 by 1.5. 6917. Race 3.
The Mawj Stakes has produced a bit of a shock, and it's a winner for Denmark. Typhoon, the 3-year-old filly, ridden by Oliver Wilson, trained by Soren Jensen, who's back in the winners at the Dubai Racing Carnival. Typhoon! Oliver Wilson weighing in after taking the Mawj Stakes on Taifu, taking the congratulations of William Buick. I'll be interested to hear, just as we see the filly who's just going to make her way back. Big, strong filly, isn't she? Sorry, Oliver.
Yeah, she is. She can be quite energetic in the training as well, so they've done a brilliant job of getting her here nice and as relaxed as she can get, and she ran a massive race today.
What were your realistic expectations coming into here? As a lot of Scandinavian horses, we need a little bit of time to acclimatise ourselves to how exactly they're getting on. What were you thinking going into this?
Well, to be honest, I wasn't expecting going down winning straight away. She hasn't run for 3 months, so to deliver this kind of performance straight off is very impressive. And I'm sure there's more to find in her, so yeah, very surprised and very happy.
I'm not surprised of her size, given she's by Japan, and it's that pedigree that suggests she should be better as a 3-year-old.
Definitely, she's always given us the feel that she will get better and be a little bit more mature as well. 7 furlongs worked out today. She was travelling much easier than I expected, but she'll be even better over 6 as well, over 16 as well.
Okay. And could she even get further than that?
I think so. Her races back home, she's relaxed down the back of the field and had a nice turn of foot. Today I wanted to be a bit closer to the pace, given her fast horses, but I think we can stretch her a bit more than that.
Massive win. Great to have you here. Well done.
Thank you very much.
And correct weight is given in the Mawj Stakes. Correct weight 6917. Taifu, your winner 124.20. Margins 3/4 by a length and a half. Correct weight, race 3.
It's time for the presentation of the Mawj Stakes, sponsored by DP World and from GFS Logistics. DP World Logistics, we welcome Mr. Juma Binwas up to the stage, a director, and thank you very much, Juma, for giving out the prize to what is a particularly memorable renewal of the Mawj Stakes. Just when you think you've got this game worked out, the Danish come and they take the prize. Representing the winning connections, very well done, and a trophy goes to Soren Jensen and Henne Petersen. What's this? A surprise faces at the races? Yes, just when you thought you've got it all worked out, we throw you this curveball, and it's for the second consecutive time of the evening. Faces at the races! All you have to do is show us those pearly whites. Give us a big smile. We love a good gesture, as long as you keep it clean, sir. Thankfully, those fingers are that way round. But we like a smile better. And if you can show us your best smile, 500 dirhams could be yours. I'm seeing some fantastic smiles in this one. Please, everyone, take note on the big screen. These are the kind of smiles you want to show. And we've been lingering on this lady for quite some time. I'm calling it. She's the winner of the second Faces at the Races of the evening. A family affair. 500 dirhams to go towards school books, perhaps, or something nice for the whole family.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're at the time for the fourth race. It is the Jafza. This one here for 300,000 dirham. Nice field assembled with a field of 16 runners to contest here over the World Cup distance of 2,000 metres, and a really nice field ahead of us. Let's head into the parade. Our first horse making his way in. First horse is number 1, and it is for Wathnan Racing, Hamad Al Jahani and James Doyle. Off the rating of 104, it is Generous Tipper. He was down the track here at Meydan last time out, in behind Heart of Honour. Before that, a winner at Keeneland. That was back on the 24th of October. He'll be looking at improving on that. You'd say with the experience here on the track, we'll be getting a much improved run by the 5-year-old Entire by Street Sense. Number 2 is Base Note, the 7-year-old gelding by Shamadal for Muhammad Al Nabuda. Simon Ned Crisford looking for an early double on the program. They've got a couple in the race. This is the first one off the rating of 102, partnered by a rider who's had success on this horse before in multiple occasions, in Ross Coakley, off the rating here of 102. 61 kilos, having his 27th career start this evening. Number 3, Rienzi, the 4-year-old gelding by Saxon Warrior for Salam bin Gudaya and Bernardo Pinheiro. He's off the rating of 101, makes his way across from Ireland here for his first run in the country. A bit of an unknown here on the dirt. We'll be knowing a lot more after this start. Here's one who's no stranger to the dirt or Meydan. It's Al Yabri. Consistent horse. He runs, seldom runs a bad race. The 5-year-old Entire by American Pharaoh, Masaber El Meheri and Richard Mullen combine here. He draws well in 2, having his 15th career start here this evening. And he would have had a good chunk of those runs at the course here at Meydan tonight. Number 4, Al Yabri. Here's a new addition to the racing ranks here for Doug Watson and Patrick Dobbs and owner Ivan Kasparian. The 5-year-old Entire by Tapature. Tap Leader. He's an 8-time winner from 12 starts. The 2024 Russian Derby winner, and has been able to string together a very nice resume before heading across here. Hasn't had a start in 153 days. He's first up and has his first run here in the UAE. Antrim drops back in trip after an impressive win in a handicap over 2,200 last start. He finds a tougher field, but should be taking plenty of confidence after that last start win, beating Valdivia there by 3.2 lengths. The 4-year-old gelding by Dabawi, looking to string back-to-back wins here for Sam James, Carl Burke and Al Lath Racing. He kicked off his campaign with a very impressive win, Shepparton Lodge. He's gone a little bit off the boil since then. Back to the 2,000 metres this time around. They'll be looking to see him return to some form off the rating of 92. Bupat Seema and Kieran Shumar combined for Abu Bakar Kadora. The second of the runners here for Simon and Ed Crisford, it is Ocean Viking, who steps out here onto the dirt. We saw him on the dirt 2 starts ago at Jebel Ali, but back to a flatter, more suitable track, you'd say, here for the 5-year-old gelding by far. Mikhail Barcelona to ride off the rating of 91. Nine is Go Soldier Go, another beautiful big red son of Tapature. For Victorious Forever, Fauzi Nass and Adri de Vries combine here with Go Soldier Go. 4th last time out to the races, in behind Antrim, who is also spec'd as a major hope in the race. Here is a Le Mans Edelweiss for Akhmat Racing, Bupat Seema and Tygo Shea, also looking for an early double on the card. Rated 90 here is the 6-year-old gelding by Nyquist, was 8th on his first run in the country behind Force and Valor. He steps up in trip here to a much more suitable distance. Number 11 is Moonblade for Marwan Al-Badai. Sylvester de Souza rides here for the stable. The 4-year-old gelding by Central Banker was down the track last time out over 1,600 metres. He steps up in trip, and hopefully we see an improved run. Last time track and trip, he was a second behind Book Review, albeit in a lower handicapped race. Number 12 is City of Delight, the 5-year-old gelding by City of Light for David Menusier and Ray Dawson to ride here off the rating of 88. He's got the 54 kilos for tonight's assignment, dropping back in trip from 2,200, on which he had his first run here at the track last start. 13 is Run With It, the son of Blue Point for Khalifa Almari, Sandro Paiva to ride with the lightweight of 53 kilos. He's a 3-time winner from 9 starts, all of those coming on the all-weather. He's only had the 1 run in country, that was at Jebel Ali. He makes his Meydan debut. We welcome back Oscar Chavez to the races tonight here. He partners Truth Explained, the 5-year-old Entire by Justified. Doug Watson does the training here off the rating of 86. Rider and horse partnered together for an impressive win at Jebel Ali last time out to the races. He'll be looking at translating that form across to Meydan here tonight under lights. 15 Kalidasa, 53 kilos. Bupat Seema and Andrew Slattery combine here with the 5-year-old gelding by Frankel. He's off the rating of 85 here. He's been down the track his last few. They've been switching surfaces as well. He would need to put in a career best to figure in the finish here. 16 Valdivia, another with a lightweight off a rating of 85. Sultan Ali, Bin Hamish and Sam Hitchcock back in distance here, and second over the 2,200 last time out to Antrim. Form needs to be respected. So let's look at our runners here for the Jafza. 85 to 105 handicap for 300,000. Runners head to post.
It is time for the best turned out. 650 dirham to the winning groom. Number 3, a new starter for Salim bin Gadayat. That is Rayenzi. Used to be trained by Johnny Murtagh in Ireland. And Rayenzi has been turned out by Amir Johan. Well done to Amir. He is being presented with 650 dirhams once again by Ali Essa. You'd love Alias's stamina, I tell you. He's providing all 8 of the best turned out prizes. This one to Amir Johan, the groom of Rienzi. The runners are making their way down to the start for the Jafza Handicap. Just before we give you a little preview, a reminder, you can see on your screens, the 30th Dubai World Cup tickets are still available. You don't want to miss this. This is a great event year on year. For the 30th anniversary, you've got to be here. If you can be, all you need to do is to go and book. Visit DubaiRacingClub.com, where you can grab your tickets. It's a fabulous night of racing. 6 races at the top levels, 1 for the purebred Arabians, 5 for the thoroughbreds, and 3 ultra competitive Group 2s, which provide stepping stones to coming back to the Dubai World Cup, just like you will as well. Once you've had a taste of it, you'll want to come every year. 28th of March, it's the 30th anniversary. There's going to be quite the show, and you can witness it all. DubaiRacingClub.com. Just hearing in this race, the Jafza Handicap worth 300,000 dirham and 180 to the winner. The number 11 Moonblade is being resaddled. Sylvester de Souza down there. That is Pat's pick. That was the ultra impressive Antrim, and the race really revolves around him, because can he lay down a real marker and show he's a group horse and a handicap? He was very impressive on dirt debut here 2 weeks ago. He's up 8 pounds to a mark of 96. It wouldn't be any surprise if he was, but I'm not 100% sure he's going to get the same scenario. If he does break a little bit quicker, you'd certainly give him a massive chance of doing what he did, because he looked the business on dirt. Al Layth Racing, they earmarked him as one who they wanted to see on the Meydan dirt. It's a deep surface. They thought he'd take to it, and take to it he did. But he had something of a charmed run from stall 1, and I just thought from stall 5, he might get in amongst horses, and this might really test him. If he's a group horse and a handicap, though, he might be able to get over that. I liked El Yabri in this, who's breaking from stall 2. He can be forward if he doesn't mess around like last time, where he reared as the gates opened, but he ran a really credible race under the circumstances. I just think he's solid, he's consistent, and sometimes that's rewarded in these types of grade. He's well drawn. Richie Mullen is having a fantastic time of things. Mendelssohn Bay taking the fire break just last week on Fashion Friday as well. He's riding for Musab Al Maheri in the colours of Jumar Mubarak Al Junaibi, and with a good stall and off the back of a fine run in the listed Entisar, where he was 4th. No match for Heart of Honour or Walker of Stars, but he ran a fine race, and that form's been franked. He's back in a handicap. He's well drawn. Give me that. Let's have a look at number 5. Tap Leader, Pat Dobbs for Doug Watson in the colours of Ivan Kasparian, who is the true unknown factor of the race. He was getting a bit on his toes in the paddock. This was all extremely new to him. He hails from Russia. He was a champion for Oleg Kravchenko. He won the 2024 Russian Derby as temporary venue at Nalchik. He showed his mettle as a 4-year-old a year later as well, winning the prize of the president of the Russian Federation. That was a Group 1, a local, of course, at Kazan, I should say. He's been handed a tough assignment, I thought, for his UAE debut. Stall 12 as well. I didn't think he'd be up with the pace necessarily. Seemingly, his replay showing he's more of a grinder, but he stays further than this. And Kabakan for the same stable is pretty early in the memory as well. What a glittering 2024 he had, winning a handicap, going on to run on Dubai World Cup night. We'll see if Tap Leader's in the same ilk. We'll see if Antrim can lay down a marker to potentially go for the Al Maktoum Classic on Emirates Super Saturday as well. They're just 3 interesting horses in an open race, but the international markets revolve around Antrim, Pat Comerford, and it's time to see if he can lay down a marker.
Well, the market seems to agree that he will do exactly that, but Tap Leader has been met with a weight of money here late in the piece to almost vie for favouritism here. So plenty are willing to hopefully see the 8-time winner. A few Russian Group 1 winners here in this race in their own right at different times or another. But Tap Leader, the one that the market wants to be with. Nice field, the Jafza for 300,000, ready to go. And away from the World Cup distance, and away to a nice start. And the inside was Moonblade. Up there with El Yabri, Antrim hustles forward, Kaladasa, Lamar Edelweiss, and also Rienzi are going to head forward. Generous Tipper is deep on the course, along with Ocean Viking, Valdivia, and Truth Explained. A good hustle for the lead, good speed early. Up on the inside is Rienzi with Truth Explained. Run with it next from Tap Leader, who's about 5th to last from City of Delight, Shepparton Lodge, Base Note, and Go Soldier Go is last. Kaladasa is going to win the fight and the battle for the speed, but has done some work to get there. Leading onto the back past the mile by a length and a tail. The Generous Tipper in 2nd. Antrim's going to take the spot in 3rd on the leader's back. Ocean Viking flushed out 3 wide to improve. Moonblade was next. Valdivia getting a little bit of cover, but now opting to go 4 deep to continue the hustle forward. El Yabri next. Half a length Truth Explained. 2.5 to Rienzi from Tap Leader, who's now starting to work through pairs. Lamar Edelweiss is dropping away and can't win. Then came Run With It from Shepparton Lodge. Next there was Base Note, Go Soldier Go, and City of Delight is last. As they continue the hustle, they haven't come up for air yet, the leaders, and it's Kaladasa who's working off to the side. 1.5 lengths to Generous Tipper, who's dropped the bit now and is chasing. Antrim next, followed by next there Tap Leader, who's making a really good move out wider, but he's been sustained in that gallop for 600 metres. Ocean Viking next from El Yabri, Valdivia, Truth Explained. The best of the rest is Base Note. As they swing the bend, it's Kaladasa and Generous Tipper who go to battle here. Antrim sticks with them along with Tap Leader. Kaladasa getting tired. Here's Generous Tipper. Tap Leader continuing to peg away here on the outside. Generous Tipper takes over the lead from Kaladasa. Then came Tap Leader from Antrim. It's Generous Tipper. Tap Leader coming again. Generous Tipper needs the post. Here comes Tap Leader with every stride coming over the top. He says, "Das Verdanya." Generous Tipper, away he goes. Tap Leader coming away to win the Jafza by a half length. Next though was Generous Tipper. 3rd across was Kaladasa. Then came Antrim from City of Delight. Next over was Run With It from Base Note, El Yabri, Shepparton Lodge, and Valdivia. He dropped away there with Go Soldier Go. Then came Truth Explained, Lamar Edelweiss, Ocean Viking. The last in was Moonblade and Rienzi. Some win. Is he the real deal? I think he might be. Tap Leader has sustained the run for over 1,000 metres and pegged away at Generous Tipper, who was brave all the way to the line. But he might not just be a Russian Group 1 winner. He may be a Dubai Group 1 winner on the rise and potentially one to come by the back end of the season. That is a statement. 2:06.49 winner's time. The Russian Group 1 winner and Russian Derby winner Tap Leader announces himself here in Dubai.
And Pat, it was the kind of race that leaves you breathless just watching it. Generous Tipper has put in a monumental effort to keep up that pace from stall 16. He's gone out on his shield, but Tap Leader, as you said, has done an unbelievable amount of running to even get in contention. He travelled wide, he swung around horses, and he's just got there in the end. This is a smart horse. Front two was smart, second gives you context to the form. He was highly tried himself, but there is hope that Tap Leader, who was a champion in Russia for Oleg Kravchenko, could well turn out to be something similar in these hotter waters out in the UAE. Doug Watson, he's well versed in doing this. Kabikan, certainly a quick riser all the way through the grades. And this horse is a handsome looking chestnut as well. They have bumped close to home, and it'd be interesting to see if the stewards want to have a look at it. But it felt on first viewing of the head-on like they were both coming into each other. Not one horse has impacted the other. But Generous Tipper, talk about going out on your shield. He's put in a monumental run. This was a very different test than the one Antrim faced over 2,200 metres last time. He has run with credit, but maybe the bubble burst just a little bit. City of Delight has run a huge race from a bad draw once again under Ray Dawson. Khalid Assa, Andrew Slattery riding with the confidence of someone who's just had the biggest win of his career last week in the Group 2 Al Fahidi Fort on El Mojam. But Pat Dobbs has been here and done that. He's ridden some lovely horses. He was on top when Kabikan was starting his ascent to the highs of Group 1 glory and winning the Al Maktoum Challenge on Fashion Friday. Quite the announcement. Doug Watson, Kabikan is his only Group 1 winner to date out here. He might well have another smart one on his hands. Tap Leader, what a way to announce yourself in the UAE.
And the unofficial numbers in the Jafza: 5-1, 15-6, 5-1, 15-6. Tap Leader, 2:06.49. Margins a neck by 6 1/4. 5-1, 15-6, race 4.
What an impression he has made on his first start in the UAE. He was a champion in Russia. We welcome back Patrick Dobbs and Tap Leader into the winner's enclosure, having taken our latest race. Remember the name, Tap Leader! Well, Pat Dobbs is no stranger to a nice dirt horse around here at Meydan. He was aboard Caboc through his ascent. And I wonder, Pat, what exactly you made of that. I mean, we can see the dirt falling off your helmet. He's had to do it the hard way.
Yeah, he was very, well, not slow into stride, but takes some while to get warmed up. He wasn't enjoying the kickback for the first half mile. But once I got over down the back, he came back on the bridle, travelled into it nice, and stayed at it strong. I'm sure he'll improve for the run. First time here, he was a little bit lit up, got a bit warm. But no, I'm very happy.
I mean, he stayed further when he was a champion back in Russia. What kind of feel does he give you? He showed he has the speed for this, but it was a proper test out there.
Yeah, I think a smaller field will suit him as well. Make life a bit easier on him. No, he's got the high cruiser speed. It's just first time here, horses do get a bit excited, and with that kickback when they first get it initially, they do stand off a little bit. But no, he's very impressive at the line.
Did you think mentally he might come in for the performance as well? He was on his toes in the paddock, first time under the lights.
I think so, yeah. At home he's very, very docile. You put your kid on him, you know, he's very straightforward.
Inevitably, lastly, there are going to be comparisons to a previous Russian champion in Caboc. Are there any similarities?
They are, yeah. They're very tough horses when they come from that part of the world. Caboc had a bit more earlier speed in this lad, but I'm sure this lad will sharpen up for the run. He's been off since August, first time on a track in a handicap, like he had to do it the hard way. So I'm sure there's more to come.
Exciting times, well done, Pat.
Thank you very much.
Incorrect weight is given in race number 4, 5-1-15-6, 5-1-15-6. Tap leader, your winner, 206.49. Margins a neck by 6 1/4. Correct weight, race 4.
We've only just caught our breath after the Jafza Handicap. It was a spine-tingling finish. And we welcome up Mr. Saud Al-Awadi, the director of Jafza Sales, to give away the prize to an extremely worthy, exciting winner. Representing our winning owner and our winning connections as a whole, well done, and go up to get the prize, Evgeny Kapushev. Ladies and gentlemen, you're invited to look at the big screen in recognition of the close and long-standing ties between the United Arab Emirates and the State of Kuwait. We invite you to stand for the playing of the national anthems of both countries.
Welcome back into the parade, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for race number 5 here on the card. This is the Dubai Sprint, sponsored by DP World for 500,000 dirham. It's our listed contest for the night. We head to our first horse. Number 1, it is Dark Saffron, who we see return to the turf here for tonight's race. The 4-year-old gelding by Flame Away is on the quick backup for tonight's event. First run on turf in quite some time for Sultan Ali, Ahmed bin Hamish and Connor Beasley to do the riding once again. He's off the rating of 102 here for tonight's assignment and draws 9. Number 2 is Symbol of Honour. He's a 2-time Meydan winner, and he returns to the races here after a campaign back in Europe. He is now 4 years old, the son of Havana Gray, and has had the 5 wins from the 12 starts, including a second. Returns in really nice order here for tonight's assignment, and drops back out of Group 1 company to listed company here for tonight's return race. Number 4 is Shootout for Falzinas, and Audrey de Vries was in Group 2 company behind Al Najm last time out over 1,400 metres. Drops back to the straight 6. He's a 4-time winner from 19 starts with 6 seconds to his name as well. The 5-year-old gelding by Arian, looking to run a great race here tonight off the rating of 107. Another horse on a quick backup is West Acre, the 4-year-old gelding by Memis, who ran 4th last time out behind Cover Up over 1,000 metres. Stepping up in trip here to the 1,200 for tonight's race. Callum Shepherd indisposed in Bahrain, so Billy Lofnan will do the riding here tonight off the rating of 104. Number 7 is Rebels Gamble for Silvestre de Souza and Oscar Bernaclint. The 4-year-old colt by Dark Angel has amassed 3 wins and a second from his 8 starts so far. Last time out was at Newbury at listed level. That was back in September of last year. He's first up off 133 days. Number 8 is Two Tribes, the last start winner, who was very good to go on and score, beating home Indian Springs, Araby, and a number of runners, including Yatarid, who he also faces once again here. The 5-year-old gelding by Rajas Singh has his 25th career run tonight. 9 is Apollo 1, the 8-year-old gelding, and he draws 1 here for tonight's races. This one for Peter Charalambos and James Clutterbuck. Marco Gianni to do the riding here. He's rated 103. Coming off that run at Group 2 level last time out, he heads back down the straight here. Number 11 is our next horse. That's Power Mode, the 5-year-old gelding by Speightstown for Bupat Seema and Kieran Schumark. Ran 3rd last time out behind Cover Up over 1,000 metres, stepping out to the full length of the Meydan Straight. Yatarid, apart from that run 2 starts ago, has continued to put in fabulous runs all season. He's amassed 2 wins already and seemed to be putting up a great deal of consistency in his racing this preparation. 8 starts, 5 wins and 2 seconds. He's been a wonderful horse for His Highness, and they'll be looking to see him continue going on with it once again tonight. He draws midfield. 13 is Kubrick, the 6-year-old entire by Dabawi, Masaba El-Maheri and Richard Mullen combined. He's rated 102. Coming out of the race back on March of 2025, so hasn't been seen at the races in 329 days. He comes into this first up off a long break. Although the colours are similar in black and yellow, they are different, with Sky Racing recently acquiring Araby. Carl Burke and Sam James combine here with this son of Dandy Man, who was narrowly defeated there by Two Tribes last start. Drops in weight here. Only has to carry the 57 tonight as opposed to the 62 from last start. So that should see him only aided in this upcoming event. Araby looking a big danger. And George Wood retains his association with Run Boy Run off the rating here of 99, who ran 6th behind the Yatarid last time out to the races on the 16th of Jan. He's back here after 2 weeks, and he'll be looking to hopefully go a tad better here, but is capable of a very good run every now and then. Here is number 3, the Striken Viking, off the rating of 109. Wathnan Racing, Hamad Al Jahani and James Doyle. narrowly defeated last time out at Woodbine by Nonay Hudson at Group 2 level. He makes his UAE debut here in tonight's race, his 11th career start. And our last horse to have a look at here is the 10, Great Wish, Macau Barcelona for Bent Olsen. He was in a listed contest last time out to the races in Sweden. That was a Bro Park. He has been not seen at the races since then. First up here for 131 days. Runners heading to post here and out onto the course for race number 5 tonight. It is the listed Dubai Sprint for 500,000.
It was a tough choice for the CEO of PHI Advertising, Ali Esser, in this one, but he went the way of number 9, Apollo 1, judged to be the best turned out for Peter Charalambos and James Clutterbuck, and the groom, Devi Singh, who wins 650 dirhams, courtesy of PHI Advertising. Thank you to PHI Advertising and Ali Esser for the presentation of the best turned out all the way through the evening here at meeting 10 at Meydan. Fascinating in many ways, this listed sprint. This could be a real tee-up to the Nadar Sheba Turf sprint on Emirates Super Saturday, or even the Al Quoz on Dubai World Cup night itself. 1,600 metres. The Emirates Super Saturday race is 1,200 metres for the first time. It used to be 1,000, but this would be a natural stepping stone through the Carnival. And you've got lots of horses who are bidding to make their mark. Symbol of Honour, the obvious starting point. William Buick and Charlie Appleby looking to get on the board. The Striking Viking making his first start out here. Very interesting for James Doyle, who's looking for a double on the card. Westacre looking to bounce back just 7 days on from finishing an all right midfield position, but in a race he'd won last year when he was in receipt of the 3-year-old weight for age. Doesn't get that this season, of course, being a 4-year-old. And what about Dark Saffron, who ever since his stalls incident in the Dubai Stakes hasn't seemed that interested in racing, which is a massive shame considering what he achieved on Dubai World Cup night in the Golden Shaheen on the dirt. He was behind Symbol of Honour last year in a conditions race when he was running on the turf before he switched to that dirt. And Ahmed bin Hamash quoted as saying to the Dubai Racing Club, "We're just trying to get him interested again in racing. He'll take a lead. He isn't wearing the headgear. It's time for him to remember how to be a racehorse again." Richard Spencer and Phil Cunningham, they've been on the board for this season already. Two Tribes and Run Boy Run represent them. Two Tribes pulled off an unbelievable double, Heritage Handicap double, within the space of a week during the summer. He won the 1400-metre International Stakes on the King George card at Ascot in late July, and a week later he was turning out and winning the Stewards Cup at the Qatar Goodwood Festival. That's a remarkable double. It takes a tough sprinter to be able to do that. He might be able to translate that form up into listed grade. You've got fascinating horses as well. What's Yotarid going to throw in? What kind of effort? Because there's been 2 wins over 1200 here. There was one middling one, which wasn't really easily explainable. He was always prominent under Ray Dawson, but he just didn't go through with the effort. But he was back to his best, and he steps into this class for the first time. Araby, fascinating contender. My selection in the race as well. I think he is primed to step up into this kind of company. And on the international markets, he was an each-way chance for a yard in Carl Burke, who would have been a little disappointed about Antrim a little earlier, but time will tell. That might not have been a bad handicap for the grade. And Araby looks well worthy of his place in this lineup. So runners heading around at the start. It will be interesting to see who wants to go forward. There are some horses in here who definitely don't want to, the likes of Westacre, Dark Saffron, as we said. What the Striking Viking will put up first up out in the UAE remains to be seen. He's a handy horse, but as James Doyle told you just before the meeting started, he wasn't completely sure about him on straight tracks. But this is a tee-up for the big sprint in Qatar, which is just around the corner as well, and this is a good starting point. He's a talented horse. I just wondered about conditions as well. They're quick enough, as you'd expect. His best form has come when he's been able to get his toe in a bit, winning a Group 3 in Germany, and generally showing good form all the way through. He announced himself as a proper horse to follow for Kevin Ryan on his debut, and he was a big money purchase. So runners will be very shortly about to head in for one of the most competitive races of the night. And we will have to see exactly how it plays out. In terms of the pace of the race, there we go, heading forward into the stalls. The Striking Viking, as we said, a winner in the Golden Peich, Baden-Baden in Germany. And also, he backed that up with a good effort at Woodbine in Canada in the Group 2 Nearctic Stakes. That's a sharp 1,000 round the bend. He likely found it all happening a bit quick, but we'll see how important that bend is this evening. Run by Run, word on him. He's third up tonight. He'll be hard fit ahead of this. Air Gold Cup winner, has been building to something better. His experience of big field handicaps in the UK in the likes of the Air Gold Cup, the Portland at Doncaster and the Stewards Cup will stand him in good stead for the kind of pattern race pace that he'll be finding here. Now he's had a couple of sharpeners. I thought he was a little overlooked in things. But they're loading quickly. It's up to Pat Comerford.
That they are. They're loading up nice and quickly. Yatara will be the last one in. He'll be looking for another scalp here on the straight 6 as we get the line cleared from the front. One of the last ones in was Dark Saffron, ready to go. Away in the Dubai sprint, Dark Saffron threw the head up in the air early. Apollo 1 was away fast. The Strike and Viking also working forward with Great Wish, and also handy enough was Symbol of Honour. Then came Two Tribes from Rebels Gamble. Into the centre division was Run Boy Run, leading up that pack from Power Mode. Then came Shootout along with Araby, Yatara, Dark Saffron in the rear division with Westacre and Kubrick. They get to the 800-metre marker. They do split into two groups here. Up on the far side division is the Strike and Viking with Symbol of Honour. Great Wish, Two Tribes is there, along with Apollo 1, and also there Rebels Gamble. The near side, Run Boy Run leads up that division, and they take over the lead here. They've got a narrow advantage from Araby, Westacre, Dark Saffron. Then came Shootout, Power Mode and Kubrick. It's Great Wish who takes the lead from Symbol of Honour, Two Tribes. Then came Run Boy Run, Araby working through now. It's Great Wish though on the far side for Barcelona, who's got a lead of 2 lengths from Two Tribes, Symbol of Honour, Araby. Great Wish pulling out all the sticks here, and it is Great Wish coming away from Two Tribes in the late stages of the race. Great Wish for Bent Olsen going on to win. 2 lengths to Two Tribes. Westacre rattled home to third. Fourth, Symbol of Honour from Araby. Dark Saffron got going again after the slight blunder at the start. Run Boy Run next from Shootout. Then came Power Mode, Apollo 1, the Strike and Viking, Rebels Gamble, Yatara Not Today, and Kubrick, the last one in. Great Wish getting on the winning train here off the rating of 103. The 5-year-old Entire by Night of Thunder going on to score here for Bent Olsen. And Macau Barcelona picks up his win here tonight on the card. We've got another Scandinavian winner on the program. The region having a very good night tonight. When there's one, there's potentially two, and that's exactly what's happened. They take out the Dubai Sprint at listed level. Great Wish, number 10, your winner.
Ben Olsen coming into this was looking for his first winner at the Dubai Racing Carnival. Naught from 34 dating back to 2016. A first starter here since 2022. He's had some good goes, but Great Wish has given him that all-important Dubai Racing Carnival winner, and at listed level as well. Two Tribes has run his heart out. You just wonder, being on that far side might well have helped. Westacre's ran a stormer. I didn't see the 1200 angle for him, but he's proven it's opened up more avenues for him. Expect to see him on Emirates Super Saturday. And Araby, considering he was on that part of the track, which was probably not overly desirable given where the main pace of the race was, has run really creditably. But take nothing away from the winner, who was due to make his UAE debut in week 7 on the dirt over 1200 metres, but was a late scratching due to lameness in his off 4. He is a handy sprinter in his native Denmark, and on rates to Sweden, he placed in listed company at Klompenberg and Bro Park over 1200 and 1400 metres. He was going to need to step it up a notch. Well, stepping up a notch he does. Look at him travelling there. Maktoum Barcelona, no stranger to success at the Carnival himself, the UA 2000 Guineas winner, fresh in the memory from last week. He's not riding as much over here this season with his commitments to the Aga Khan, but he swoops in once again and takes one of the features. Great Wish, you'd be over the moon for Connections, really, who have tried and tried, but it is so competitive out here that if you don't quite have a horse and everything goes your way, it can be very tricky. No more. Great Wish has given Bent Olsen a Dubai Racing Carnival winner. Maktoum Barcelona at it again in the colours of the estate of the late Lonnie Kyd Nielsen. Great Wish takes the Dubai Sprint.
And the unofficial numbers, race 5, 10, 8, 5, 14, 10, 8, 5, 14. Great Wish, 109, 5, 1, 1.5 by 1 1/4, 10, 8, 5, 14.
A first Dubai Racing Carnival winner for trainer Bent Olsen. Great Wish has taken the Dubai Sprint, ridden by Maktoum Barcelona. fresh off a fine win on 6-speed last week in the UA 2000 Guineas. Mahab Al Shimaal is back, and he was back for more. How'd that go, Mahab?
Yeah, ended pretty well. The question mark was if he would be fast enough to follow the speed, and actually he broke well, and he was straight away in a nice rhythm, and sound very well in the end.
How much did you know about him prior to this?
Nothing at all. But they give me the right instruction. Was saying that just make sure you break good, then you try to not lose too much ground, and he actually broke well, and I've been able to sit just beyond the pace. So no, everything went pretty well.
I mean, you were travelling an absolute dream coming to the 2 marker. Were you always confident?
Well, I knew William would take me somewhere close, and but actually I was traveling much better than him at the 2 furlong pole, so I just let my horse lengths, and he went pretty well.
It's great to keep seeing you at the Carnival. Fewer trips this year because of commitments elsewhere, but amazing to fly in, bag a big race.
Yeah, exactly. It's always great to be there, and I'm staying now until the Super Saturday, so you kind of see me every week.
Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, I direct you to the presentation area for the presentation of the Dubai Sprint, sponsored by DP World and representing DP World Logistics, the commercial director, Miss Jumeirah Youssef. Thank you, Jumeirah. If we could have you on the stage to give away 3 prizes, 1 to the owner, 1 to the trainer, and 1 to the jockey who steered Great Wish home to listed race victory and set up an exciting rest of the carnival for him. Could we see him on Emirates Super Saturday, or indeed the Dubai World Cup meeting itself? Representing the winning owner, we welcome up to the stage Andreas Staubach. And representing the winning trainer, in place of Ben Olsen, please welcome to the stage Tina Hansen. And he's a standing dish in these parts, plenty of big race success, and this is just the latest, the jockey, Mikhail Barcelona! And if we could invite winning representation of the owner, trainer and jockey for one final photo. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, put your hands together for the connections of Great Wish, winner of the Dubai Sprint, sponsored by DP World.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we head to our Group 3 for the night. It is the Dubai Millennium Stakes. Field of 7 runners taking to the track here for 700,000 dirham. And we head to our first horse. It is number 1, By the Book, who is a very good winner here over 2,410 metres last time to the races. A 4.35 length winner there, beating home Asgard's Captain. Some of those runners have run since then. He drops back in trip here By the Book to 2,000 metres here for this 10 furlong race. Coming into this as well with a full head of steam, having had 4 starts for 3 wins and a third. Has barely put a foot wrong in all his races to date and draws the ace to hopefully find a nice spot in the run. Here is his stablemate, Arabian Light, the 5-year-old gelding by Kingman, Charlie Appleby and Billy Lofnan combine. He's off the rating of 109. 4 wins and 3 minors from those 9 starts. Last start was good to get over Bedouin Prince here over this track and trip on the 2nd of January. He's 4 weeks between runs. Here is Chibiti, the son of Zalzal for Mrs. Fitriani Hay. David Simcock and Richard Mullen combine here, rated 108, the 4-year-old gelding. 8 starts for 3 wins and 3 minor placings. It's had some great racing before making its way across here to the UAE. Stepping out for its first run on the course and 96 days between starts. The horse coming off the longest break is Crystal Black. Jared Keane and Colin Keane combine here with the Wear a Pink Ribbon Syndicate with the 8-year-old gelding by Teofilo. 7 wins and 3 minors from those 22 starts. Ran in a Group 1 at the Curragh over 2,800 metres last time out to the races. This is on the shorter end of the distance that will be ideal for Crystal Black, but a nice starting point to kick off the UAE campaign. Here is Fort George, who was impressive last time out, running second there to Mothercombe over the 1,800 metres. Nice kick-off point for this runner for Ed Walker and Kieran Schumark, another runner for the Hay family in the race. The 4-year-old gelding by Territories has had 9 starts so far, is off the rating of 105. Looking forward to seeing how Fort George can bounce back after the last start. Second, looking to go 1 better here. Number 6 is Al Madha, the 9-year-old gelding by Siuni for Matha El Sawaidi, Carlos Enrique, to do the riding here off the rating of 90. The lowest rated horse in the race, and recent form suggests that he will be up against it here. And here is Miss of Change, the 4-year-old filly by King of Change, who has run a couple of times so far this season at Group 2 level. Dropping back to Group 3 for this is a speedster horse who steps out in trip here for tonight's assignment. Looking for that 5th win so far in its career, having amassed 4 wins and 3 minors from those 13 starts, and gets the aid of Silvestre de Souza tonight, carrying 55 kilos. That's our field for the Dubai Millennium Stakes at Group 3 level. Post time is 8:25 p.m. and the rider's about to mount up.
Dr. Jim Hay, no stranger to the Dubai Racing Carnival. You have a presence every year. You've got a couple in here, Fort George and Chibiti.
Yes, in fact tonight we've got 5 runners, 2 in this one, 1 in the next, and then 2 in the last. So big presence here tonight. Tell me about Fort George coming in as a solid handicapper, stepping up in class. We think he's a lot more than a handicapper. Yeah, so this is his time to. In fact, we think the handicapper had got a grip of him, so it's time to give him his chance in pattern class. So this is his first go.
As simple as that. And Chibiti, he was a pattern performer for his previous connections.
When we've got him, he was terrible feet. So the farrier has worked a near miracle with him. Yeah. So tonight you can see him; he looks good. So, but this is the very beginning of his season. He's going to have a long season ahead of him. So let's see what happens tonight.
Is that a season that runs back into the European turf season?
Oh, that will go back to the UK, but he'll also run quite a bit, probably in Kentucky.
Okay, Kentucky Down's the big money place.
We have to move them. Our horses have to run internationally, otherwise we sell them. Yeah.
You come back year after year, you always have a good squad. Just for any owner who hasn't been out here, why are the main perks of racing at the Dubai Racing Carnival?
I mean, it's a fantastic place. The facilities for the horses are 7 stars, Burj Al Arab, you know. The veterinary service, everything here, horse-wise, horseman-wise, I think is top class. It's an interesting track. The guys will always tell you there's something wrong with it, but that's the jockeys, yeah. My experience of it is the tracks are incredibly fair, both the dirt track and the grass track. Good places to ride. The prize money is excellent. It's a great place to come. We love it.
Great to see you and best of luck here.
Thank you.
It's time for the best turned out for the feature on the evening, the 700,000 dirham Dubai Millennium Stakes. It's a Group 3, and this is a first runner at the Dubai Racing Carnival for trainer Gerard Keane. His Crystal Black has been given the best turned out. Congratulations to the groom Bilal Ahmed, who's being presented by Mr. Ali Essa once again with 650 dirhams for having Crystal Black so well turned out ahead of our feature race of meeting 10 of the Dubai Racing Carnival. Thank you very much to Mr. Ali Essa, and well done to Bilal Ahmed. good to catch up with Dr. Jim Hay, who has 2 in here. We are hearing, though, one of them, number 3, Chibiti, is undergoing a vet check down at the start. So we will bring you any news as and when we know it ahead of our Dubai Millennium Stakes. It's the Group 3 on the card. It's presented by DP World, and it's over 2,000 metres. This is a race that Charlie Appleby and Godolphin have an unbelievable record in it. 9 of the last 10 runnings have gone the way of Charlie, of course of Godolphin as well. William Buick has been on for 6 of them. It was only Zarak, a very good horse in his own right, who was able to snap that. That was a year Charlie didn't even have a runner. Syed bin Sarour's promising run, who was an excellent filly out here. She was only 3rd to Zarak, and the domination felt like it could have ended well. Then Charlie Appleby roared back in. He's won it with some lovely horses, the likes of Guineas in 2020. This can be a launch pad to a serious horse. That could be the way for By the Book, the choice of William Buick for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin. His run on Festive Friday over 2,400 metres suggested he was potentially out of the top draw. As you can see on the screen, he is both myself and Pat Comerford's pick. He's hard to go against. We are hearing number 3, Chibiti, has passed the bet check and will be good to race. And good to have him involved as well. New signing for the team. Richie Mullen riding. David Simcock, first time that he's raced this son of Zelzal. And has some nice form in France. It'll be interesting to see what he is able to offer first up after 96 days off. Fort George, only 21 days off for him. He was 2nd over 1,800 metres here. He steps up marginally in trip and up in class. A mention for Crystal Black, who gave Gerard Keane a new lease of life, according to son Colin, who is on. He won the Duke of Edinburgh Stakes. He then won a Group 3 off the back of that. That was over 1.5 miles as well. That was the Ballyrowan Stakes at Leopardstown. And then they were thinking of things like the Melbourne Cup. Things haven't worked out that way. He probably said 1.6 miles or 2,800 metres wasn't his bag in the Irish St Leger last year. But that's good form. He's starting off his season after 138 days off. I'd imagine races like the Dubai City of Gold on Emirates Super Saturday could be well in their thinking, as it could be for By the Book and potentially Arabian Light, who's done nothing wrong over 10 furlongs. Billy Loughnane riding for Charlie Appleby. We brought you that stat earlier, a 50% strike rate when riding in the UK, but they're looking to be able to get off the mark together in the UAE. Crystal Black, just a little nervy down at the start, but he is loaded safe and sound now. Pace-wise, this is going to be interesting. By the Book and Arabian Light both would like a lead. I think it's probably the filly Missive Change for Miroslav Nishlanik in the colours of Dr. Ava Nishlanikova, who probably will make the running. And I'd imagine William Buick will have By the Book in a perfect spot, assuming he breaks nicely. It's our feature race of the evening, the Group 3 Dubai Millennium Stakes. Let's get up to Pat.
And a couple more to come forward here for the 700,000 dirham feature. Here is Chibiti passing fit to start here at the starting stalls. The field of 7 are ready for the Dubai Millennium Stakes for 2026, and away they go. Missive Change caught it to a flyer and will head to the lead early. As expected on the map, Fort George works forward as well to sit outside. By the Book's going to spot up on the running rail here. Al Mudhar getting fizzed up in between them also. Pace is good early. 1.5 lengths back to Crystal Black, followed there by Arabian Light. And at the back of the field here as they continue on is Chibiti. So taking over the lead as they work down the back of the course here. Up on the outside is Fort George. Goes up to match Motors with Missive Change. And these two are in their each other's eye line. 2.5 lengths back to El Mudhar in third. Racing in isolation. 3 lengths back to By the Book. Arabian Light, the stablemate, to its outside. Then came Chibiti, and Crystal Black is in the running line at the rear of the field. 1,200 metres left to go. 14.83, 11.19, 11.36. Pace is fast enough here for 2,000 metres. A Missive Change continues to work through the inside and now retakes the lead clearly from Fort George in second, the margin 1.5 lengths. 2 lengths to By the Book, who works up to 3rd position. Al Mudhar has almost run his race now. He's working back through the field now and already been shaken along by Carlos Enrique. The inside was Chibiti working through on the inside. Arabian Light next, and Crystal Black is trying to avoid a few runners here, but caught in a precarious position on the inside of runners. 600 metres left to go in the Dubai Millennium Stakes, and it's Miss of Change who is still leading them, but up on the outside now, Fort George comes up to retake the lead again. Chibiti in behind them from By the Book. Deeper out Arabian Light, Crystal Black. Al Mudhar is going to run along last here. Up in front is Fort George, the leader. Arabian Light and By the Book trying to peg away the margin at the moment. It's Fort George in front. Arabian Light the danger. By the Book won't win. It's up on the inside. Fort George still with the lead. Arabian Light though, what to the wide outside, wanting to lay right out here in the straight. They come to the line together. Fort George kicks back. Fort George maybe. Oh, that is an absolute rip snorter of a finish. Fort George has made it interesting with Arabian Light. Then came By the Book. Next over was Chibiti. From next there across was Crystal Black. Then came Miss of Change and Al Mudhar. This looked all over. Arabian Light looked to come clear and win it. Fort George has come back at the line. Photo finish, and I'm staying out of this one. Judge, you can have that. Fort George has thrown the head down right where he needed to. And we await the photo. And Fort George wins it. Fort George has thrown the head back right where he needed to and noses out Arabian Light. Fort George, number 5, gets it from the 2 Arabian Light, 1 By the Book. Oh, that's an absolute thrilling finish in the Dubai Millennium Stakes. Fort George take a bow. And Kieran Schumacher picks up another for the season. Winner's time, 2:01.29. Second ran the same time. That's how close it was.
It was heads up, heads down in the feature, and Fort George, who stayed straight and true, has got the head down where it mattered. Arabian Light has hung his chance away, not looking the most straightforward under Billy Loughnane, who had his whip in his right hand. But Arabian Light has done a bit of a swain in that Breeders' Cup Classic all those years ago. He's gone right over to the near side. I couldn't believe my eyes to see how deep he was on the track. And it looked like he might have had him, but Fort George kicked back. Well done, Pat Comerford. As they crossed the line, you reckon, Fort George? Well, you've been rewarded, as have Dr. Jim and Mrs. Featrey, Ed Walker and Kieran Schumacher teaming up with another win at the Dubai Racing Carnival, with Northern Champion taking the Jumeirah Stakes form that we saw on offer earlier. A remarkable race. By the Book has been disappointing in behind. He was seemingly well enough placed under William Buick off a gallop that looked honest all the way through. This was a proper test at the trip. And Kieran Schumacher, who came out here to become retained rider to Abubakar Kodora, he's been able to ride some European horses he knows well as well. And he'd run a fine trial over 1,800 metres last time behind Mothercombe. On the far side, Fort George has got the nose down where it mattered. It's been a thriller in the Dubai Millennium. And Godolphin, who usually have a stranglehold on the race, they have been denied this year. 2nd and 3rd for the Royal Blue. But it is the pink with green V and on the sleeves of Fort George, son of Territories, who's taken the Dubai Millennium in a thriller. It's another win at the Dubai Racing Carnival for Kieran Schumacher and Ed Walker in the colours of Dr. Jim and Featree Hay. It is Fort George who has taken the 2026 Dubai Millennium Stakes. It's been a winter that has been good to Kieran Schumacher. He's riding in red-hot form, and something of an interesting jockey position that you've taken up over here. You've been able to ride for old friends as well. Well done, Kieran.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, in fairness now, Ed Walker's sent 2 horses over here, and they're both winners. I must give a shout out to Eloise, who's been looking after both horses since they've been over, and she's just been doing a fabulous job, and she's so passionate about her job over here, and credit to her really, and to the horses. He's really improved. He's thrived since he's been over here, and yeah, I'm thrilled really. It's going really well. It's a big team effort, and everyone deserves a bit of credit really.
Talk to me about your trip. It looked like it was straightforward from the get-go.
Yeah, so we thought we would change it up a little bit this time. Over the 9 furlongs last time out, he's got a bit of a habit of being slowly out the gates, and I found myself a row further back than ideal last time, and he was staying on the whole time. Upton trip today, he actually jumped the gates well, and the plan was always to try and slide forward. I felt like we had control of the race, through the majority of it, and he showed a willing attitude inside the last furlong, because we weren't just headed. I suspect the eventual second probably went 3/4 of a length up on us, but he battled well. Did you think you had it? I was unsure really. The pony riders down the back assured me that I had, so that was reassuring.
What is he? Is he a stone-hard 2,000-metre horse over this kind of test, or is there the potential to mix it up a bit? I think he can step up and trip again. He's got a laid-back way of going, great constitution. So, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he did get a bit further, but he's pretty versatile. Well done, Kieran. Thank you.
And correct weight is given in the Dubai Millennium Stakes, 5-2-1-3, 5-2-1-3. Fort George, your winner, 201.29. Margins are nose by 5 1/4. Correct weight, race 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the presentation of our feature race of the evening of meeting 10 of the Dubai Racing Carnival, the Dubai Millennium Stakes, I should say, sponsored by DP World. Heading up to give out the prizes is Mr. Abdullah Al-Hashmi, the Chief Operating Officer of DP World. Thank you very much, sir, for your continued support of this evening and the Dubai Racing Carnival as a whole. There are 3 prizes to give away, and starting with the winning owner. He's campaigned him in the UK, and now he has opened up new avenues with a win and a feature win out in Dubai. Welcome up to the stage, Dr. Jim Hay. So a big win for the team, and it is a team effort. Kieran Schumacher giving special mention to our representative representing the winning trainer. It is Eloise of Hart. And a horse can be prepared to perfection, but if you don't get the right ride, you're not going to win any races, not least feature races on the evening. It's another winner at the Dubai Racing Carnival for Kieran Schumacher. If we could invite Jim, Eloise and Kieran to stick around a little longer and have one final photo opportunity to celebrate Fort George winning the 2026 Dubai Millennium Stakes. For the third time this evening, It's time for Faces at the Races. One big smile, 500 dirham could be yours. It's free money, who can say no to that? I'm always interested to see where our camera operators rove and who exactly takes this seriously. There's money on the line here. More smiles like that young lady there. And maybe you two could be in a chance of winning. Heading to Concourse 2, a mythical place. If it is indeed that, hello, could we have found it? It's a tricky business trying to find our winner for Faces at the Races, but we're going to have to do it soon. Are we sticking? A winner! You, sir, have won 500 dirhams, courtesy of a big smile at Faces at the Races. Too late. Your friend tried to get in. Don't share the money with him. It's yours, sir.
Welcome back to the penultimate event here. This is the DP World Logistics. It is a 80 to 100 for 250,000 dirham. Let's head to our first horse. It is the Camden Colt, who certainly looks one of the main winning contenders in this event, going off his last start performance and what he was able to deliver last season as a runner. The 5-year-old gelding by Footsteps in the Sand, second to Carfu last time out at Jebel Ali, stepping up in trip and has got Meydan stats already with a mile win to his name. Certainly one of the major contenders. Here is the 3 in Sound Money, who ran 5th last time out behind Cats by 5. That was over 1,200 metres. They dropped him back to a sprint trip. He's back out to the mile here, and he'll be hoping to be more suited over this 8-furlong trip. Richard Mullen to do the riding for Triple R Racing and Bupat Seema. Flight Plan makes a switch over to the dirt here. He's drawn a little wide for this upcoming event off the rating of 98. The 6-year-old entire by Night of Thunder. But best of luck to Connections with this move. Looking to see if they can just change things up a little bit, and we maybe see a bold performance out of him. Hopefully we see him go very well. He's certainly a horse that can turn heads when he puts his best foot forward. Mount Kosciuszko. Mikhail Barcelona does the riding for Sky Racing. Antonio Sintra and Julio Olajuara. 97 rater last time to the races, beaten just under 4 lengths by Arlan at Jebel Ali. He hasn't been at the races here since the early part of the season, has Mount Kosciuszko. He has drawn 16 though for tonight's assignment. That will make it a little tough, even though he does get back. 6 is Mozahim. It's been a light night for Michael Costa, but he's got Mozahim in here tonight. The 6-year-old entire by Cantharos. Silvestre de Souza does the riding here off the rating of 96. He was second to Morning at Sharjah last time out in the race there run on the 18th of January. So he's on the 12-day backup, stepping back here to Meydan. Hasn't been here for quite some time. At least this season, at least. The son of Cantharos. Looking forward to seeing him back here under the lights. Telemark was able to pick up a win in his Meydan debut over 1,400 metres. Then went to Jebel Ali, ran third there. Returns back to this track that he won at last and steps up to the mile, third up here for his UAE campaign. Eight is Delali wearing the black cap. Jose Santiago rides for Salam bin Gudaya. He's been down the track his last couple. His best would see him go well here, but he hasn't put his best foot forward for quite some time. Good to see the stable of Richard Hannon engaged here tonight. Sam Hitchcott rides Local Hero for the Hay family, already with a winner tonight, looking for a race-to-race double R connections. The 5-year-old gelding by Phoenix of Spain ran fourth at Kempton last time out. That was on the 19th of November. He's freshened up off 72 days. He did it tough on the front end, did Native Approach last time out. The 5-year-old gelding by Too Darn Hot. Ahmed Bin Hamish and Connor Beasley combine here with this runner for Hamdan Hamash, and he's off the rating of 95 here tonight. He's got good dirt pedigree and he's raced on it plenty of times before. Just hasn't been on it for quite some time, has Native Approach. We'll see how he fares this time around. Zandvoort goes to the mile here at Meydan once again after that really impressive win 2 starts ago. He backed it up with a 4th last time out to the races. He steps back up to 80 to 100 class here, and he'll be looking to hopefully replicate his run on the 12th of December. "13 is Lasso Dude, the 7-year-old gelding by Warfront, second last time to the races behind Force and Valor. That's a key form line. If he can repeat that, he should be finding himself in amongst them here at the finish post. Just needs to back it up. He rarely strings 2 good runs together. That's his only query. 14 Crown Estate, 5th last time out behind David of Athens at Jebel Ali. That was in the Jebel Ali mile prep, so it was a decent enough race to be running in. Hopefully we see him bring that form across here to Meydan tonight. Force and Valor looks to have continued to trim up here for his next run after a solid victory last time out to the races, coming from back in the field. It was the manner in which he did it which was quite impressive, and if he's able to replicate that tonight, he should be one of the horses in the finish. The 4-year-old by Memis for George Scott and Billy Lofnan. 17 is Dance Charger. We've seen these colours to victory tonight already. Pat Dobbs rides the emergency for Doug Watson. Bit of an unknown. He's won quite a few of his recent races, but he's one that we probably need to get a bit more of a gauge on. So not much to go off here until we see him have a start. Here's Noogle, who was a good winner on the dirt, over 1,200 last season. His first run for the season here wasn't too flash, would need to improve. So Gun Carriage will be a late arrival. We'll see him very shortly, but Anthony Dunkley joins Dr. Jim Hay once again. I'm sure an elated Dr. Jim Hay after the last result, and hopefully their night continues.
Yeah, it's deja vu in the paddock, Pat. Dr. Jim Hay joining us. How was that for you?
That was fantastic, that last race. Kieran, I don't know if you noticed, but Kieran couldn't pull the horse up, so we're very, very pleased with that one.
You can enjoy it tonight, of course, but do you already have something in mind for him potentially later in the season? Could you think about a City of Gold?
Yeah, probably. I mean, Alex and Ed Walker, they need to put their heads together and come up with a detailed plan, but it was always the intention to keep him here right through, maybe even right up to the World Cup Day.
You could have an even better evening if you've got 2 more chances on the card. Local Hero in here for Richard Hannon. Kieran Schumark once again riding for you.
No, it's Sam Hitchcock this time.
It is, sorry, my apologies. Switching him to this kind of surface, what are you expecting?
The horse is running extremely well at Kempton, so everything we see, we think he will act in the dirt. So this is, stepping into the unknown a bit. If he takes the kickback, Sam's hopeful that he's got a decent draw. If he can break well, get up there, he'll run a good race.
well, whatever happens, it's been a fantastic evening already. Best of luck, Dr. Jim.
Thank you.
This is our penultimate best turned out horse event of the evening. 650 dirhams to the winning groom. Number 6, Mozahim. He's a sprinter by trade. He's trying something new and he's looking good while attempting it. Congratulations to the groom Narayan Singh, who has picked up 650 dirhams, presented as he has been all evening by Mr. Ali Essa, whose arms are surely aching at this point from all the handshakes and holding up at the best turned out winner board. But we thank him for his service all the way through the evening, and we extend our congratulations to Narayan Singh, groom of number 6, Mozahim. What a competitive race this is, our penultimate race, the DP World Logistics Handicap. It's over 1,600 metres on the dirt. And the top weight, the Camden Colt, is my pick in here. Tiger Shape riding for Bhupat Seamark. They're looking for doubles on the evening after Saloom put in one of the performances of the evening, breaking his maiden. Well, the Camden Colt won over course and distance last March, and Bhupat Seamark was hoping that he'd be high enough to be rated to have a speculative pop at the Godolphin Mile last year, but he wasn't. They went for the 1,400 metre Jebel Ali Classic. He ran well to be second, but that felt sharp for him, and he confirmed that on his return over the same course and distance in late December. I thought being back up in trips, stall 2, being part of the pace scenario is very much going to suit him, and that might be the way that this horse is going to excel. And he has possibilities, being back over this course and distance. He is by far not the horse, not the only one at least, to be going forward. The likes of Telemark from stall 10 usually sits fairly close. He's probably going to need to prove himself over this kind of test. Zandvoort's a pacey type, also in the Bhupat Seamark Air. He's well drawn to be up there in stall 4. You've got a few sprinters in Mozahim and Sound Money. Sound Money's from 6. He's a sprinter by trade and usually heads forward. Dance Charger from 15. He led back in Russia over further, but this was also a different ball game. Lassou Dude and from stall 8 as well, has gone forward before and done that to good effect. So that could well set up for Pat's pick, Force and Valor, from stall 5, because he has copped so much kickback in 2 runs. One over 1,200 metres here, where he was a head away from pulling off a bit of a surprise, and then up to 1,600 metres this course and distance last time, where once again he was coated in dirt, himself and Billy Loughnane, but it was a first dirt win for the jockey. And what a schoolmaster to teach him the ways of Meydan going forward. A lot to like about his attitude and just the way he just kept sticking his head down and getting on with it. Not every horse at the dirt doing that. Some of them completely reject it outright. He seems to be fine with it. I can certainly see Force and Valor making a big impact in this race, because while the others' lungs are going to start burning about the 400-metre marker, then he's only really just getting going. Telemark, the aforementioned previous 1,400 winner, he has to prove himself over this kind of trip. There are possibilities, for sure. He had an equally good run after his win at Jebel Ali over the same trip last time out on the 27th of December. He only tried 1,600 metres once in Europe, and I think it was highly possible it was at a time where he wasn't ready for it. It was the summer of his 3-year-old career. He's a much stronger, more experienced 5-year-old now, and he suggested it'd be within reach when he won here in December. So completely see why Connections are trying it. The programme book dictates sometimes you are going to have to run over things where there are question marks, and Telemark has that question mark to answer, but if he can overcome stall 10 and stay the trip, he should be highly competitive. Number 3 to have next, that's Sound Money, Richie Mullen up for Bhupat Seema. It's just his second start for Bhupat this time around, because he's at a merry-go-round of trainers. Switched to Bhupat initially from Chad Brown, then Doug Watson for 2 runs, then latterly Julio Olajuaga. He's been mixing sprinting over 1,000 metres with the odd run over this kind of trip, but he's not tried it at handicap. He's only in better races than this, so maybe there are possibilities for it. He recently returned from 10 months off. He was 5th behind owner-mate Cats by 5 in a 1,200-metre handicap, which should have brought him forward, even if it was a bit disappointing how well he was fancied in the international markets in that race. He's 5th in the Burj Nahar, of course, in Group 3 on Emirates Super Saturday last year, where he sat prominent. He was weaker than ideal in the finish. He's 0 from 5 over the trip, though, and Tiger's chosen the Camden Colt. So they're loading. It's a big field for our penultimate race. Last race on the dirt. It's over 1,600 metres, and Pat Comerford is waiting in the wings to give you the call.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anthony. It's a really good field, isn't it? Nice and deep when it comes to form. And we'll see how a few of these fare. There's a couple of major hopes. You'd say Force and Valor, going off what we saw last time out, is up to his neck in this. Sound Money, he comes back out to 8 furlongs. Looking at the market, on the international market, Force and Valor has just continued to gain support here. Camden Colt was the initial market favourite at the Open, but Force and Valor has received a weight of money here, and he'll be the one that'll go off favourite on the overseas market. Mozahim to come forward. Will lightning strike twice in these colours here as Dance Charger gets a run in the race. The first emergency gaining a start. He'll be about to come forward. Lasso Dude, he was a nice second to Force and Valor last time to the races. Not many left to load here. A couple waiting patiently, Mount Kosciuszko and also Local Hero. As you can see, Dance Charger's digging in the front hooves. He does not want to go forward here at the moment. The rest of these waiting patiently. He is being very, very persistent here. Here's Dance Charger. A couple of little taps with the lunge whip. He is now gone forward. And we're not too far away from a start here. Shane Ryan has made his way round to the rostrum. And Local Hero is the last one to load forward. Comes up now for Sam Hitchcock. Runners are set and ready to go here at the mile. The DP World Logistics ready to go. Set Gates fly in the penultimate event. Native Approach was away quickly. Telemark also jumped quickly into stride. Lasso Dude working forward. Crown Estate. Then came the Camden Colt, and deeper out Flight Plan is caught very wide with Gun Carriage. Local Hero in behind them, just better than midfield. A length and a half back to Mozahim. Force and Valor is up on the inside with plenty of room to improve at the moment as they all stay right off the fence. Sound Money was next, followed by Delele. A gap back to Nugul from Mount Kosciuszko and Dance Charger heads back to the end of proceedings as they head down the back straight. 13.84, 10.89, and up in front taking over the lead now is Crown Estate. Works through to the lead from Native Approach, and deeper out on the course there was Zandvoort. Pace is real good here. The Camden Colt is fourth, 2.5 to 3 away from the leader. A length to Lasso Dude. They're all hustling along. Force and Valor's in behind looking for some room. Local Hero there. Telemark improving. Gun Carriage out deeper, followed by Sound Money, Flight Plan, Mount Kosciuszko, and the best of the rest was Dance Charger. It's Zandvoort. Zandvoort who takes over the lead. We've seen this before. He's 4 or 5 lengths clear of Lasso Dude. Gun Carriage. Then came Telemark, the Camden Colt. Native Approach the inside, followed by Mount Kosciuszko, and there as well is Force and Valor. Up in front at Zandvoort, getting tired. Lasso Dude working through. Telemark, Gun Carriage starting to peg away the inside. It's Lasso Dude, the leader from Telemark. Mount Kosciuszko right over the top in a nick of time. Mount Kosciuszko to Telemark in the shadows of the post, and maybe gets there. That's a tight finish. Telemark kicked back to make it tight. Then came Lasso Dude, Gun Carriage, Zandvoort next over. He got tired. Next was Force and Valor from Nugul, the Camden Colt, Dance Charger. Then came Flight Plan, followed by Mozahim. Next over was Local Hero. Native Approach got tired. Sound Money next. The last couple, Delele and Crown Estate. Photo finish. Mount Kosciuszko, he was in front, but Telemark's made a good lunge of it. And Telemark has got him on the post. Telemark goes on to win 138.61. 138.61 winner's time. Telemark has thrown the neck out and got Simon and Ed Crisford a double on the program. Mount Kosciuszko, he was almost there. Lasso Dude third across, and Gun Carriage runs into fourth. 7, 5, 13 and 16. Telemark goes on to score here and picks up a win on the night for William Buick.
Well, we can certainly say he stayed, Telemark. That was the question mark of stepping up to this 1,600-metre trip, having won over 1,400. He has stayed every inch. Loads to like about that. Proper battling performance. But Zandvoort once again has paddled in the closing stages. He's not even finished in the 4 in the end. As Pat said in commentary, we've seen this before. He blew the field apart, but the closers have come in the nick of time. Lasso Dude run a great race. Gun Carriage right back on track as well. Much better from him. I think he prefers this kind of race where they go hard and he can try and close in. He's just missed out on the places. But Telemark, who'd only tried 1,600 metres once in Europe, and maybe, as we said before, it was at a time when he wasn't ready for it in his career, he's seen this out because they trapped along hard in front. There was no hiding place for this. Some horses have taken to it, others patently haven't. I think the Camden Colt likes being up there and not hassled. He wasn't able to get to the lead. He spat the dummy out a little bit. Force and Valor, it feels like it should have set up perfectly for him. He's copped a bit of interference coming around the turn, but you'd like to have seen a bit of a better finishing effort from him. But this is where Zandvoort, the petrol meter, is running empty at this point. Telemark and Gun Carriage staying on. Lasso Dude over the far side, and Mount Kosciuszko has run a screamer. I thought he had it. Mick Carbar's loan has worked wonders to get over from stall 16 and get in a good position and keep him in a rhythm to the point where he's made it extremely interesting, and another close finish on the night here at meeting 10 of the Dubai Racing Carnival. He thought he'd need all of the favours and in the mid part of the race, but he's been done on the head bob. He's very unlucky for Mount Kosciuszko. He's worked wonders to get over from 16, but so is William Buick from stall 10 as well. And it's a second win of the Dubai Racing Carnival for Telemark.
And those numbers in race number 7, 7, 5, 13, 16, 7, 5, 13, 16. Telemark 138, 6-1. Margins a short head by 3 1/4. 7, 5, 13, 16. Race 7.
Another explosive finish on the night here at Meydan. In this one, in the DP World Logistics Handicap over 1,600 metres. It's a double on the night for Simon and Ed Crisford, a win for Horseracing, and a win for William Buick, courtesy of Telemark. Well, he had some fine chances on the night, William Buick. Things haven't worked out for him up until now, but Telemark getting him back in the winner's enclosure for the first time this evening, for the second time that you've ridden him in the Dubai Racing Carnival. I think your face probably tells all we need to know about your trip.
Yeah, he was similar when he won here in December. You know, he took a lot of kickback, didn't mind it, and came home good. That was over 7 furlongs. Today was over a mile, and you know, he was kind of in amongst it, you know, getting a lot of kickback, obviously, as you can see. But yeah, he's so tough, so genuine. You know, I don't think I've ridden many horses who have as big a heart as he does. He's not the biggest horse, but you know, he's got a very big heart.
If there were any queries, Will, about him staying the trip, that was the race to find out in. They went hell for leather.
They did, and you know, when I hit the front of the horse I finished second, come to run me down, and he sensed it, and he found again. So credit to the horse. You know, those races are tough, and you know, you need a horse with a big heart, and he certainly has that in spades.
Always plan A to do what you did from stall 10?
Yeah, look, you know, everyone goes out with a plan to be forwardly placed, hopefully not take too much kickback, and very quickly you have to go with the cards you're dealt. You know, you can't. You know, the horse found his speed where he was comfortable, and we worked it out from there. So, to be honest with you, he travelled very smoothly throughout the race. He was very comfortable everywhere we went.
Face caked in dirt, but worth it. Well done.
Thank you.
Correct weight given in the 7th event, the DP World Logistics, 7, 5, 13, 16. Correct weight. Telemark, your winner, 138, 6-1. Margins a short head by 3 1/4. Correct weight.
Presentation time for the penultimate race of the evening. The DP World Logistics saw a fabulous finish. And this time we have not one, but two people to give away the prize. We welcome to the stage for the second time this evening, Jumeirah Youssef, Commercial Director of DP World Logistics, and Juma Binwas. He's back for more too, the Director of DP World Logistics. Thank you both for giving the prize away. It was a thrilling finish between Mount Kosciuszko and eventual winner Telemark. He stayed the trip. He saw it out every yard, much to the delight, no doubt, of the man representing Winning Connections, co-trainer Ed Crisford. It's been a great night for Ed Crisford. Two winners on the evening. Let's take them the reverse way around. Telemark, he's just won over 1,600. Queries at the trip, he's answered them all.
Yeah, no, actually, when he won here back in November, William sort of got him and said, look, a mile is what he wants on this track. And there weren't actually any races. So we took him to Jebel Ali, he ran well, he had a bad draw. But he's a seriously tough horse. I mean, he just relishes a battle. Full of kickback when he came back in. And all credit to the horse, really, to knuckle down the way he did. I mean, it was a proper ding-a-dong battle to the wire, but, you know, he did well.
You'd love every dirt horse that you bring out to be like him, wouldn't you?
I know, that's what William said. He said if they're all like him, it'd be easy. But, yeah, no, he's a tough horse, and I think, you know, he'll probably be in the hundreds now, and we can look for something a bit better.
And we spoke about Title Roll's chance before he took the Jumeirah Guineas trial. There was loads to like about the way it was that mid-race move where he managed to negate his wide draw and suddenly it was all to play for.
Yeah, you know, early doors he was a little bit gassy. I think he just got a little bump and it lit him up. But once James got him in behind a horse, he settled lovely. And there wasn't much pace on, but he travelled really well into the straight. And James just took his time, but he showed his turn of foot and, you know, won nicely. So he's a nice horse moving forward, and we'll head to the Guineas on Super Saturday.
Can we expect Telemark to be seen again here this season?
Yeah, I think so. We'll sort of see how he is. There is the Jebel Ali Mile in a few weeks. Whether that quite is his game, I'm not sure, but maybe we'll have a go at the fire break or something.
You've made a concerted effort yourself and your father to, I think you doubled the team from what you brought out last year. You're reaping the rewards.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got a really sort of good team of people here, and we've got really nice horses, and, you know, we love bringing horses out here. It's a big part of our season, very important to us, and yeah, so we've got to keep going. We're sort of halfway through now, so see if we can get some more winners.
You've got to be very good at delegating, surely, and have a lot of trust to entrust a big string. You're in a different country, you're travelling back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, Dad's in England and I'm here, and we sort of vice versa. But yeah, no, I mean, look, we've got really good, like George Prince is here, he's assistant trainer, he's top class. So yeah, really good team effort from everyone, really good riders, and it's just a good team effort to get these horses to the races.
Still a lot of season left, Ed. Enjoy, well, enjoy this now, but I'm sure we'll be talking to you plenty more.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, we head into the last race of the evening. It is the Dubai Auto Market, the 190,000 dirham curtain closer for our Friday night of racing here at Meydan. Let's head to our first horse. Number 1 is Justino for Francisco Goncalves. Antonio Sintra and Julio Olajuara combine here with the 4-year-old colt by Full Mast. He's had the 7 starts for 3 wins. None of those have come here at Meydan yet. He's working his way towards a good performance and strikes a 70 to 90. This is the lowest grade race that he's faced so far in his time here. And he steps out to the mile for his 3rd up run. Great Chieftain is our next horse off the rating of 90 as well. Oliver Cole and Kieran Schumacher. The 5-year-old gelding by Glen Eagles was 8th last time out behind English Oak over this track and trip. Number 4 is Silent Defence. He stays at the mile here for this event. 2 starts ago, he was narrowly defeated by Molokab over 1,400 metres. Couldn't back it up last time out. Hopefully see him return to that form from 2 starts ago. His best would see him in the finish. 5, the Fingal Raven, has been knocking on the door for a win. He was 4th, beaten a narrow margin by Molokab in his return run at Meydan. This has flagged him up as a top selection for quite a few people. Safi Osborne and Jamie Osborne combine here for Dominic Griffiths and David Kavanagh. Number 6 is War Socks. He's drawn the car park here for tonight's race. Niels Peterson and Silvestre de Souza combined. 4th last time to the races behind English Oak. Before that, he came over as a winner in Norway over the 2,400 metres. He stays at the mile, though, for his 2nd run in the country. Number 7 is Blue Trail. Royston French replaced here by Jose Santiago. He'll do the riding here now on number 7. The 7-year-old gelding by Teofilo for Mustafa Al Said. Blue Trail, he's a 2,000-metre track record holder here at the course many moons ago. He's now 7 and looking to hopefully improve on his last start performance where he ran 11th there, beaten just over 12 lengths to Folk Festival. Number 3, Impressive Act, has also drawn a little wide here. He's got 62 kilos off the rating of 90. Bhupat Seema and Tygo Shea combine for the Suited and Booted Racing Syndicate. Number 8 is Made in Dubai, off the rating of 89. Salam bin Gudaya and Bernardo Pinheiro combine. He was 6th last time to the races behind Mendelssohn Bay at Group 3 level. He drops back significantly in class. 10 is Caldero, the 6-year-old gelding by Morandi for Miroslav Neslanik and Mikhail Barcelona. 8th last time out behind Molokab, steps up in trip to the mile. .11 is Jolly Roger, looking to get Simon and Ed Crisford a treble on the program. They've got this runner here with James Doyle and Raba Racing. 2nd last time out behind Namfrick. Was unfortunately beaten there. He was hampered in the run, so we'll see how he fares here, potentially with a more cleaner run in transit here for Raba Racing. And back here to a flatter surface, he makes his Meydan debut. Richard Hannon saddles up one more. Danny Tudhope to ride. 2nd at Kempton before making his way across here. He's 114 days between runs. 13, the Trickster, is even further than that. 213 days between starts for the 4-year-old gelding by Persian King. Hasn't been seen at the races in quite some time. Connor Beasley rides for Masaba El Meheri and Sky Racing. 14 is Inspired Idea, looking to improve on his last start, 12th. His runs at Jebel up into that run were promising. We'll see how he fares here with a run under the belt here now at the track, this being a little bit more of a familiar experience to him. San Sebastian for Vaslav Janacek is the next runner here for Guillermo Aras Carreta. He was 6th behind Ocean Viking in his first run here at Meydan for season 25-26. He stays in a very similar race, but drops to the mile for this next run. .16 is Ruler of Time. He's an 88 rater. The 3-year-old gelding gets in with 8 stone 5 for this upcoming performance. He's got a rating of 88 from that dirt run where he was 6th on that occasion behind Lino Pedrino in a maiden. He's had 2 seconds from his 3 starts. Yet to break through, but he's only a couple of rating points off a few of these at the top and carries 9 kilos less. He's weighted to run a good race. Last horse will be the Ice Phoenix. We'll see him come out very shortly. Final horse will be the Ice Phoenix, who's making his way out onto the course now very shortly. Sam Hitchcott will ride for Masaba El Meheri. He's got 89 rating as well. 61.5 kilos to carry for Mohammed Al Dubeba. And he will be our final horse to look at for the 8th and final race of the evening. It is the Dubai Auto Market.
We've come to the final best turned out event of the evening. It's 650 dirham to the groom, as it has been all evening. And number 15, San Sebastian, beautifully turned out for his Spanish connections, has won the best turned out. Now, Mr. Ali Essa, he's been picking them all evening. So the charitable soul he was, he decided to give it to 3 young racegoers. Hook them in early, that's what I say. And it has gone to the winning groom, Shanwaz Shamrez. Well done, sir. You have won 650 dirham. Courtesy of PHI Advertising. Ali Essa with his final best turned out of the evening. PHI Advertising sponsoring all of them this evening and throughout the Dubai Racing Carnival. Well done to all concerned. So this is wildly competitive. Coming into this, it all seemingly revolves around the 3-year-old, and he's only a month into his 3-year-old career at that. Godolphin's representative, not this time. So the loading process is beginning. He's heading forward. He's getting 20 pounds a weight for age from his elders. That could count for plenty. I'll just give you my pick because he's my cliff horse. I love him, and also have began to get frustrated with him in equal measure, the Fingal Raven. But I really like him. He runs his best out here. He was unlucky last time, and I'm hoping the Fingal Raven can send me home an extremely happy customer in our finale. Heading forward, just playing up a little bit. And hopefully all will be okay as they come to a big load, plenty of them going forward for our final race. It's 1,600 meters, we're on the turf, and lots you could give chances to. Danny Tudhope up there, he's looking to make his mark, riding in the Dr. Jim and Feature Hair colours. Loading process well underway at this point. Quick word on the Ice Phoenix, didn't touch on him much in the paddock. Sam Hitchcock for Musabat Al Maheri. He's got some good early season runs, 3rd twice at Abu Dhabi on turf, winner switching to dirt at Jebel Ali when he won really well over the 1600. He could maybe show a bit more this season. Might have needed some time to acclimatise, which can happen around here. This is a very competitive race, but you wouldn't rule it out. That was one more you were seeing, just being a little reticent to go forward. But he's as consistent as they come. 6 starts yielding a win in 5 places. First run for 114 days and making a start out here. Loading process well underway. So for the final call of the evening, it's back up to the commentary box to rejoin Pat Comerford.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you for your assistance tonight. It's been a wonderful night of racing, and good to see a good crowd getting out here as we continue on our season following a fabulous Fashion Friday card. We've had exciting racing from start to finish tonight, and this one no different. Could be a really, really good finish. A couple of these horses certainly knocking on the door to win. Ruler of Time with 8-5 looking to take out the last here. He's our final international market favourite. Ready to go. Maiden Dubai jumped and missed away. Blue Trail heads back early. Justino was away quickly with Caldero, Silent Defence, and also their Great Chieftain. Ruler of Time is wide a little bit. 3 wide, no cover at the moment in the first half dozen. Up on the inside there was one more. It was a gap back to Jolly Roger. Out to his outside, War Socks. The Ice Phoenix, 3 wide, no cover. Then came the Fingal Raven, followed by Inspired Idea, a length and 3/4 back to the Trickster. His outside, San Sebastian, 2 lengths, Impressive Act, 3 lengths to Blue Trail. I'll get that out eventually. And the last one was Made in Dubai. 900 and change left to travel. Justino, the toppy, is heading off the side as a narrow leader, a length and a half to Silent Defence. Pace has been good. Ruler of Time's going to have to sit 3 deep and park the trip here. Caldero next. The Ice Phoenix off around them from Great Chieftain. War Socks, one more. A length back to Jolly Roger from the Fingal Raven. Inspired Idea, San Sebastian. Next was the Trickster from Impressive Act. Then came up on the inside, Made in Dubai, reattaching itself with Blue Trail. They swing the bend in the last here, and Ruler of Time has set sail for home up on the outside of Justino. And the 8-5 is coming into play here in the late stages of the race. Justino running on, the Fingal Raven picking up big time Time as well. Silent Defence, Caldero. It's Ruler of Time from the Fingal Raven up on the outside. Ruler of Time, the Fingal Raven. The Fingal Raven coming from back in the field. Gets over Ruler of Time late. War Socks into third. The Fingal Raven. The Fingal Raven's day in the sun is in the last tonight. 3/4 to Ruler of Time, War Socks. Fourth over was Jolly Roger from San Sebastian, the Trickster. Next over was Great Chieftain from Impressive Act, Silent Defence, Justino. Next was Caldero from Inspired Idea, rather. Then came one more from Blue Trail. The Ice Phoenix was one of the last ones home here in the final race with Made in Dubai. The Fingal Raven promised big time last time out, only went down a narrow margin and has picked them up incredibly well. 136.76. Ruler of Time has run on gamely into second position. War Socks has run another great race. He'll be another one that should be winning a race here sometime soon. And San Sebastian will take fourth. 5:16.6.15. 5:16.6.15. The Fingal Raven for Jamie and Safi Osborne takes the last here, the Dubai Auto Market.
Oh, he did it. The Fingal Raven, he's finally done it. He's got his win out in Dubai. And this was a perfectly timed ride from Safi Osborne, aboard a horse who needs to be produced at the right time. Sometimes seems like he's in the perfect spot, has perfect form going into it, a perfect handicap mark, and he has disappointed on occasion back in the UK, but he saved his best for out here. He was really impressive last season. He didn't win, but he laid down the foundations that a return back to the Dubai Racing Carnival next year was going to see him to better effect. He showed that on his first run back when an unlucky fourth, having to close in from the back, and he had a lovely setup. Safi was wise to the pace, being hot enough. They were trapping along nicely, and it's brought the Fingal Raven right into it. This was a horse that Jamie Osborne suggested at the time, when I interviewed him after his win at Kempton, that this was the best juvenile he'd had since Toast of New York. Now, things haven't quite gone to plan in that respect, and Heart of Honour, I'm sure, would have something to say about that. But the Fingal Raven has promised plenty, but he was in danger of becoming a little bit frustrating. So a no-nonsense ride, and a perfectly timed one at that, has ran down Ruler of Time, who has had every chance under Richie Mullen, was getting all the favours, all the weight. He's only just a 3-year-old. There are better performances in him, no doubt, but this wasn't a bad performance by any means. War Socks, another creditable run at the Carnival. His campaign is prepping very nicely, and he will find his opportunity. And the best turned out San Sebastian for Vaclav Janacek in the saddle. Don't rule him out going forward. Great Chieftain, he'll have other opportunities too. Overall, a very satisfying finale, and not just because the Fingal Raven is my cliff horse and probably will continue to be, but it's all smiles for jockey, trainer, owner, and this presenter.
Numbers in the last race, 5:16.6.15, 5:16.6.15. The Fingal Raven, the winner, 136.76. 3/4 by a neck, 5:16.6.15, race 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our final winner of the evening back in. The Fingal Raven finally gets that Dubai Racing Carnival win under Safi Osborne for Jamie Osborne. The Fingal Raven, a winner! in the colours of Dominic Griffiths and David Kavanagh, who have been patient with this horse, and they've been rewarded with the Fingal Raven taking our finale. A 4-year-old who's promised plenty, hadn't quite delivered, but sometimes, Safi, you just need the right setup, and you got it today.
Yeah, it's just very grateful that Dominic and David, his owners, have been so patient with him, because he's always promised a lot at home. We've always thought a lot of him, and it's just great that it's finally come to fruition. We've always had belief that he's a good horse, and always had faith that he actually might turn into a group horse one day, and it's just nice that he's starting to show the right signs on the track as he does at home.
Is that his ideal setup? You have to produce him relatively late, needs a good pace to run into?
Not necessarily. He is quite a quirky horse. In the past, he's had a sort of tendency to sometimes run too keen. He goes to post early, just try and keep a lid on him. Like Dad's job have done a fabulous job of getting him to settle down, because he was a bit of a no-show in his British season this year, and it was becoming increasingly frustrating because we know how much ability he has, and I don't think he necessarily needs that setup. I've just started riding him for the turn of foot that he has. He has a wicked turn of foot for a horse over this trip, and it's just nice to see it being put to good use today.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Happy.
Correct weight in the last. Correct weight 5:16, 6:15. The Fingal Raven, your winner, 1:36.76. Margins 3/4 by a neck. Correct weight in the last.
It's time for the final presentation of the evening. Our 8th and final race was the Dubai Auto Market, a handicap on turf over 1,600 metres. We welcome to the stage Mr. Shehab Mesna, Head of Operations at Dubai Auto Market. Thank you very much, Mr. Mesna, for your support this evening and to give the prize away. And Connections will be feeling that this is a long overdue prize. He's promised plenty, the Fingal Raven, but he put it all together tonight. That is a glimpse of what he is able to do. No doubt to the delight of Winning Connections, represented by assistant trainer Jimmy McCarthy. For the fourth and final time. Just because the racing's done doesn't mean the fun has stopped. It's Faces at the Races. Yes, one more opportunity this evening to get 500 dirhams. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money for just a pretty smile offered to you, to our camera operator who is roving around trying to find the best smile in the UAE. We're reliably informed it's here. And let's see those pearly whites. Okay, no smile there, no smile there. We're just looking for someone with a smile. Oh, I think oh, it's Injustice. It's Injustice. Hang on, no it isn't. That's another big smile there. Yes, you at the back, pink bag in hand. You can go fill it up with 500 dirhams. Show me that smile. You have won 500 dirhams and the final Faces at the Races. Love the energy. We have come to the end of 8 races here at Meydan in meeting 10 of the Dubai Racing Carnival. Pat Comerford, you've had the best seat in the house to watch the action, and I'm sure at certain points you couldn't believe your eyes.
Look, I mean, if you told me that Godolphin wasn't going to get a winner tonight, I would have looked back and thought, you know what, that's it's crazy talk. But that's horse racing. It is an unpredictable game that we love and that we follow. And at the end of the day, you know, unfortunately, things don't fall into the favour that we will be expected to. So, look, I mean, regardless of that, there's been some amazing results here tonight. Some horses. If you ever thought, I mean, look, SP prices overseas are a prime example and a good guide of what to go off. If you told me that we would have had a 30-1 and a 60-1 SP winner from Scandinavia, 2 on the night, I wouldn't have believed you. But it's great to see these international horses making their way in from jurisdictions that we know aren't probably as strong. They're coming up against stronger horses and are against it. But those horses won with plenty of merit tonight, and they weren't just fluke wins where, you know, they've gone out and won, you know, only just. They're 2 horses with big futures and potentially a big season on the cards for them. And both of those horses, I think, will see potentially competing again and possibly winning.
I think so. I didn't think there was any fluke. I completely agree with you. Great Wish travelled in beautifully. And Tofu was an unexposed 3-year-old with a pedigree that says, I'm a 3-year-old plus, with a sire being Japan, who's relatively untested. So easy after the fact, but they can make some kind of sense. You had one performance you were particularly taken with, and I know it's a horse who you'd actually been to see.
Yeah, look, I mean, we did a story last week on Tap Leader coming into what was meant to be the Group 1 Al Maktoum Challenge last week. He had a setback. He was, pushed back to the race start here tonight. But at the end of the day, it might have only been a handicap, but it was the manner in which he won. This is a horse that, when we see these horses come across from places where we don't really know how those form lines are going to match up, and you've got people saying that potentially, he's got, especially the trainer in Doug Watson, saying he's got the same sort of characteristics that we saw with Carby Khan. You've got to listen. And even though he had to do it the hard way and sustain a run from the 11 or 1200 metres to go on and win that race, the merit in which he did it was unbelievable. I think he is a really special horse, and I think he's on for bigger and better things here. He's one that I'm going to be following with plenty of intrigue for the remainder of the season.
I had 2 highlights. Can you guess them?
The Fingal Raven, definitely in the last. Yeah,
that one.
Your Cliff horse finally delivered.
Yes. And Saloom, who announced himself this evening. Loads to like about that performance. Very interested to see what kind of prep they give him thereafter. I have a feeling, given his not his mentality, but just what's happened with him. I mean, it must be bittersweet for them. He's a $600,000 buy, and he has shown tonight he is a horse that potentially will pay dividends for them, and they will be seeing some of that money come back. But on the top of that, I don't think it's about the money. I think it's that stable have wanted to target big American races for a number of years, and just need to find that right horse. And he may not progress on to do that, but it's amazing to see these horses early doors in their career, setting the foundations and giving you that what-if question. Are these the horses that are going to come from Dubai, that are going to target these American races and not just partake, but win? Well, the show runs on to meeting 11 next week. We've got the Dubai Trophy and the Lord Glitters Handicap, named after a stalwart of the scene out here. He won the Singspiel, he won the Jebel Hatter. I loved him, and I'm really happy a races are named after him. Pat, many thanks for your contributions throughout the course of the evening. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony. Great to have you along as well.
We'll be back at UAE Oaks Week. Looking forward to that. Just looking forward to seeing how the rest of the carnival shapes up. So many questions left to answer, and hopefully week by week we will get to answer them. From Pat and myself, it's a very good evening.